In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just sitting here trying to find myself. I need to unwind myself. I need to rewind myself. Looking for the payback, listening for the playback. They say that every man bleeds just like me. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. You are not as good as I am. That's fact. No, welcome to the show. Look, don't mind me. Obviously, I was in mourning yesterday after the, I have a confession to make. I kill, and I don't mean to kill, and I snap out of it sometimes, and I look at the blood on my hands, and I go, what have you done this time, Aaron? I talk to myself that way. And obviously, we killed Jackie. We killed Pretty Antisocial. I can admit it now that the statute of limitations is up. It's dead. It's over. And I feel bad about it. And I didn't mean to. How shitty do you have to be at broadcasting that the person you target, A, doesn't care about you, and B, ends your show? Like, that's... Like, that's pretty bad. You got to admit, that's, even if you hate my guts and you think I'm the worst, that's a pretty bad look. But hey, we move on. We carry on through our pain, through our tears. We program. That's what we do here. I was on Twitter, which is where you go for reasoned discourse these days. I was on Twitter reading the latest hot takes on the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Did you know cancel culture is it's awesome now? We love that shit. Cancel culture is awesome. We love it. We just, if someone says something that we don't like about someone who died, we just fire them. Yeah. Dude, this new world is going to be lit. See, here's what happens. Like, you say something, and then the people you say it about are giant fucking pussies. And you know what the weirdest part is? The people who are giant fucking pussies have spent like the last 15 to 20 years talking about how we all shouldn't be pussies. And what do they say we are? Not marshmallows. What's the snowflakes? Remember, everybody was a snowflake. You know, facts don't care about your feelings. Remember all the catchphrases? Isn't it? It's funny. It's a funny book I'm reading. It's a funny movie I'm watching. It's a funny passion play that's breaking out in front of me, where everybody is the opposite of what they were for the last 15 or 20 years because a guy got shot. I didn't, that's a neat trick. I didn't know that shootings, like political assassinations now, kill all consistency morally. So, like, if Benjamin Netanyahu is assassinated, I can't say anything bad about it. I can't say any joke about it. Aaron, Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal and he's a terrible guy, and Charlie Kirk, well, understood. And Charlie Kirk is 1,000,000% a better human being, was a better human being than Benjamin Netanyahu will ever be. I could not agree with you more. But I don't remember the free speech crowd going, well, you can say whatever you want unless there's a certain percentage of the population who thinks someone was a good guy. Here's the other thing. Jimmy Kimmel didn't even say anything about Charlie Kirk. That's the part that's scaring me, is that this shit is accelerating. It ain't slowing down. He said some shit that was wrong about the shooter and his political affiliations. Like, please try to calm down for a second and listen to me, because I am right on this one and society's going in the wrong direction and I'm trying to stand athwart and yell stop. So please listen, because I am right. We're not even saying if a comedian says something bad about a guy who died that you should be fired. We're saying that if a guy says something about the guy who shot the guy and what he thought about politically isn't right on the comedy show you do, and we fact check it and it's off, we can get the government involved to pressure your employer to fire you. That, and I take political blinders off and I just look at it all as a landscape, that scares the fucking shit out of me. Because, guys, they will do this to get rid of Candace Owens. They will do this to shut down. Like, if you don't think they're clamping down on Discord and Reddit and all of these things, it's coming. It's coming. They are going to clamp down on all of it. And Jimmy Kimmel is the first domino. I didn't say anything because I'm not Jimmy Kimmel. I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. They'll use it to take out Gutfeld someday, too. And just like my thing with Pretty Antisocial that I was right about when I said the toxicity would murder their blood, that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler. I'm not here to argue with you on that point. I'm here to tell you. I don't miss with this. It's been 10 years of me not missing with this shit. We can make jokes. We can poke fun. That's all great. I am tired of sitting here and tiptoeing and acting like I don't have this shit knocked cold. I'm tired of sitting here and pretending I haven't called this shit right on from day one every single time, like observing the media landscape isn't my specialty. They are going to use this to get rid of more people. And my spoiler, by the way, takes zoom out 10, 15 years. It doesn't happen tomorrow. It doesn't happen next week. It doesn't happen a month from now. May not even happen a year from now. They will use the... You know how I know that? Because this is all from the fucking Imus playbook. Everything they're doing now, it's from the Imus playbook. Just because a guy got shot and died, it doesn't change what free speech is. It doesn't change what expression is. It doesn't change what say whatever the fuck you want means. Oh, so Aaron, people can make jokes about Charlie Kirk? Yep. 100%. I wouldn't. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's a good thing, but that's where it stops with me. I ain't picking up the phone. I ain't writing somebody. I ain't writing the media. I ain't writing the job. I ain't doing any of that. I can think you're a piece of shit. That's as far as it goes with me. Because if you try to get someone fired over something that, what if you don't keep the Sabbath holy? I would say the 10 Commandments are more important than Charlie Kirk, right? If someone doesn't keep the Sabbath holy, that offends a lot of people. That's a very offensive thing deep down to the core of who they are as a human being and their very soul. If you don't keep the Sabbath holy, it's none of my fucking business. If you don't mourn the death of Charlie Kirk, that's none of my fucking business. When people die, especially when public figures die, you can control how you react. You don't get to control or manipulate how I don't want to live in that society. I don't want to live in a world where we're manipulative. I don't want to live in a world where we're manipulating people to either think a certain way or shut the fuck up. I don't want that. Look, man, a day or two after, common decency, sure. Common decency, absolutely. I get that. The idea of decency is a good thing. But after the weekend, by this week, the world, life goes on. You got to let people say what they want. This Jimmy Kimmel thing, if you're someone who has been a pro-free speech person your entire life, and you and I have sat here and talked about free speech and pontificated about it until we're blue in the face, do not come to me with your ifs, ands, and buts about this Kimmel thing. You changed. All right? I don't celebrate the Kimmel firing. Does ABC have a right to do it? 1,000%. Does Sinclair and the other... Now, if you don't understand how these big networks work, it's not like ABC just, boom, puts Jimmy Kimmel on every ABC network in your market. There are other companies that own these affiliates. There are smaller broadcast companies that own Milwaukee and Minneapolis and Denver and there's these small, it's a Russian doll situation. So Sinclair and one other company that owns a big chunk of ABC affiliates decided they weren't going to air the Jimmy Kimmel show on their channel in that market. And ABC lost enough of those where they went, we're suspending Jimmy indefinitely. The syndicators are not happy. And if the syndicators aren't happy, this whole thing's going to fall apart. So he's out. And I'm sure if they try to bring him back, Sinclair will do the same thing. So Jimmy Kimmel probably fired. The term now is suspended indefinitely. He'll get a paycheck. Jimmy Kimmel's not going to be hurt financially over any of this. His career's probably just over for a while. So if that was all the further it went, fine. Sinclair owns the station. Sinclair doesn't like what Jimmy Kimmel said. They don't want to put him up. There is nothing that says Sinclair should be forced to air Jimmy Kimmel. I get that. However, the FCC commissioner weighed in and said, maybe we should take a look at ABC's license. If that ain't some fucking mafia shit, dude, I don't know what is. And look, that's coming from a conservative Republican administration's FCC commissioner. If you don't think for a minute that the next time a Barack Obama or a Joe Biden or a Gavin Newsom or someone like that gets in office, if you don't think their FCC commissioner won't play the same game, you haven't been paying attention, because they're going to. So I like to say no to this shit before it gets to that point and we go, what happened? I don't understand what happened with the whole censorship thing. How did it happen? I like to say, you know what? I would much rather a guy says some evil, disgusting, hateful shit and he's allowed to continue on and have his show. Now, if the FCC had stayed out of it, would I be singing a different tune? I think so. I'm a paranoid fuck when it comes to the FCC. I'm a paranoid fuck when it comes to the government. But also, I want to live in a certain culture. I want to live in a certain society. And having people looking over their shoulder before they tell me what they think, I don't value that. I don't like that. And I think that's what we've done. We've made teachers, professors, we've made actors, comedians, we've even made political commentators have to look over their shoulder before they tell people what they think. Do you really think we're getting this honest discourse that we've been asking for? Like, what do I want? Do I want a guy who's going to be careful about what he says after someone dies because he's worried he's going to get fired? Or do I want to know exactly where someone stands, exactly what someone thinks? If Charlie Kirk gets shot and your position is, well, rest in piss, I want to know that. I want to know that's who you are. I want to know that's where you stand so I can go, okay, I put you over here. You're in the total piece of shit camp. Versus a guy who goes, well, you know, I didn't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. I'm a liberal guy and he was conservative and I may have, but, you know, sad he's dead. That sounds nice, but I'm always going to question whether or not you believe it. Do you believe it, or are you scared shitless you're going to lose your job? See, that's the kind of thing I thought we were fighting this whole time. It kind of sucks to find out that you've been fighting a completely different free speech battle that everyone else was. So I don't know. Let's talk to the people about that. That's who I want to talk to? I want to talk to the people. That's what I want to talk to. Lightning NC says, no, the 10 Commandments are not more important than the assassination of Charlie Kirk, actually. I think Charlie Kirk would probably disagree with you on that one. I think Charlie Kirk would say that to him, those are probably more important than his life. Rusty Grammar says, let the demons show the world who they are. Remember them, know the enemy. Is that so hard? Am I a crazy guy for believing that? Dexter Morgan says it's got nothing to do with jokes. It's the lies Kimmel tried to put out about the shooter being a MAGA conservative. Even Gino agreed, for fuck's sake. Gino and I disagree on a lot. When he was here, we disagreed about Israel and all that stuff. Friends can disagree on shit. Lies, really? Now we're going to go with lies? So every time someone lies on TV, gone. You know, Fox News told a shitload of lies during COVID. I mean, are we going to fire everybody? Told a lie about COVID? And let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel. How about the lies that were told during the Iraq War? Are we firing people for that? And by the way, you're saying he lied. What if Jimmy Kimmel fucking believes that? You know the news some of these people read? You know the bullshit stories some of these people read? They actually believe this shit. Jimmy Kimmel is not the first person I've heard say, shooter was MAGA. And they get that from his whole family was MAGA. They say, well, his family was a MAGA family, so he's a MAGA guy. I mean, he wasn't. It's clear. I mean, I'm at the point now where I don't even know if he's the shooter, but that's a different story for a different day. Lightning NC, hey, bro, when people are plotting and encouraging the death of people they don't like, we actually can use force to stop them. Jimmy Kimmel never did that. Keep this on topic. Jimmy Kimmel did not do that. MSO says, you heard him. Mossad Aaron says he doesn't want to live. Did you? Oh, no, he's saying you heard him, Mossad. I thought he was calling him me Mossad Aaron. Don't ever call me Mossad Aaron. Oh, no, now a bunch of people are going to call me Mossad Aaron. McBuster with a good point. MAGA conservative is an oxymoron. I agree. I see a lot of liberal bullshit coming from the MAGA side. They were waiting for him to fuck up, says Bapashab. 1,000%. I agree with you, Bapashab. If it wasn't this, it would be something else. The knives were out. Lightning NC says, you changed. The world changed. Yep, it did. I agree with you. You know what? Maybe I am a conservative because I want to conserve things from before. I don't want to sit there and go, well, they did it to us. You know who uses that logic? Child molesters. Well, it was done to me. I don't care. You got to go. Dexter Morgan says, how many people have you banned from your YouTube and Rumble chat rooms? Aaron, you're full of crap gaslighting it. Oh, I forgot that's the same thing. Someone writing the same shit over and over in a chat trying to be disruptive and saying, we're going to put you in timeout. That's the same thing as firing someone from a multi-million-dollar job. Wow. Hot take. Nobody's saying you can't have free speech. We're just saying you can't have free speech in town. Right, MSO? No, Dexter Morgan, no offense. I respect you, but that is a retarded take. You saying, hey, buddy, take a timeout. That's like your parents give you a timeout and you go, this is violating my First Amendment rights. I'm sorry, but if you come in to purposely disrupt a business, that business always has the right to go, take it outside. I love how Dexter Morgan thinks me going, oh, hey, you hate my fucking guts and you want me dead. Why don't you go take that somewhere? You can say that wherever you want. Why don't you just not say it over on the people are having a good time. And I know that upsets you. I'm sorry that me triggering the shit out of people to the point where they have a mental breakdown in my chat and we ask them to take it outside. I'm sorry that upsets you, Dexter Morgan. But I'm probably just gaslighting. Los Federales says they were let go by the employers, not by the right. Employers have social media and electronic communication standards. Anything that can harm the reputation of the brand is a justified termination. Yeah, I get it. I'm not saying throw ABC in jail. I'm just saying that the world I want to live in is not one where people have to be afraid to speak. That's not the world I want to live in. And I've spent my entire adult life defending comedians' missteps. You get to fuck up. That's always been my position. You're allowed to fuck up. But we don't. But if we don't like the guy, that's the part that feels so hollow and gross to me. It's that the standard has to be we like the guy who died, and we don't like the guy who's talking about it. Cool. Just let me know that's where you stand, and that's fine. You look, we're basically, you're talking about social credit scores. You want to go there? Let's go to social credit scores. If that's where you're at, let me know. I'm not saying you can't have that opinion. I'm just saying you and I were fighting a different battle the last 15 years. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't act like you were the crusader for ardent 100% open communication. When you say we need to have an open discussion in this country, if people are afraid for their jobs, there is no open discussion. And if you are okay with that, I'm not saying that you can't feel that way. I'm just saying if you do feel that way, you were not on my side this entire time. Imus should be allowed to say nappy-headed hoe. Was Imus got the same treatment Jimmy Kimmel did. Nobody threw him in jail. Nobody did anything like that. His company didn't want to be associated with him anymore. They fired him. I fought for Don Imus. I was on the air. I was barely on the air when Imus got fired. I stuck up for him. Do I think Kimmel should have been fired? I think ABC has the right to suspend Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely. All I'm saying is, and people have such a problem parsing this, and it's frustrating because you got to speak really slowly and you have to repeat yourself. Something doesn't feel right. You feel me? The ground under my feet shifted, and I don't like it. I thought Jimmy Kimmel was a hack. I thought Jimmy Kimmel had lost his funny bone years ago. I think Jimmy Kimmel was a fucking shithead. That's why I don't value anything he says enough for me to want to fire him. ABC has the right to suspend him indefinitely. Jesus fucking Christ, don't be so sensitive. All I'm saying is, does it really feel right to you? If this happened to Greg Gutfeld, would it feel right to you? And let me also say, media people, comedians, a lot of people in the aftermath of mass shootings have said a lot of shit that's wrong. They never got fired. So don't tell me this is about him lying. Don't tell me this is about him getting shit wrong. Don't tell me it's about that. Just fucking level with me. Don't be a coward. That's what I'll say today. Don't be a fucking chicken shit. At least have the courage of your convictions to say, Jimmy Kimmel's on the left. I don't like the people on the left. The Charlie Kirk thing got to me. It changed my ethics and it changed my morals. It changed my belief system, and I'm out for blood, and I want this guy's job gone, and I'm happy he is. Say that, and we can have the discussion. But do not try to act like you're on the fighting against cancel culture crowd and then come at me with that bullshit, because that's called cope. I am okay with you having the opinion that ABC can fire whoever they want. I agree with you. ABC can fire whoever they want. I'm just saying this one feels shoddy. This one doesn't feel earned. Aussie Mark says, I thought the social score was going to be implemented first here in Australia, but I guess you guys will start first. Bigot on socialist media says, will any liberal fuckheads stick up for Jimmy like Jimmy did for Colbert? Yes, they already are. I am seeing it. We do have a clip in a second. Zedman Build says, Aaron only wants to live in a certain culture. Baba Shab says, public broadcasting and network television is already cooked. Yeah, that's the other thing. It is pretty much over for those guys. Mike Go says, it is just an excuse for them to can him because TV and late night shows are dying fast. See, that's what I don't get. Then do that. At least with Colbert, CBS went, he's losing $40 million. You know? Colbert's losing $40 million. I'm sure Kimmel's losing money. Make that the reason. Rational Redhead says, agreed, and actually God's law forbids going after a person's means of making a living. See that? You guys are going to hell. You guys are all going. Rational Redhead's a very religious lady. She's been listening to this show since I was in Litchfield, and I can tell you, she says you're all going to hell, and I buy it. McBuster says Trump is on his way back from learning how to implement London's mass surveillance state on the USA. You don't think at those state dinners they ain't talking about New World Order shit? 100%. Coltrane says, what the fuck are you talking about? The left has been playing this game for decades. Right! Exactly! And they were the shithead retards. Now we're the shithead retards. I agree with you, Coltrane. The left has been playing this game for decades. Let's become like them. Then when we win, we can be the king of the totalitarian state. That's what we're fighting over. Okay, thank you for admitting it. This isn't some new fucking thing. Difference is now the other side has started playing the same game. It's been getting to this. Yes, and do you remember when we all yelled and screamed about how bullshit this was? Again, I didn't realize we were fighting a different fight. I didn't realize I was on a side all my own. I thought we said it was bullshit because it's wrong to do that to people and that it's unhealthy for open, honest discourse. I didn't know we were just doing it because they're lefties. If you would have told me that, I wouldn't have been on your side all those times. If you would have told me I'm a fucking dishonest hack, I'm only doing this because I don't like the political opinions of the people going after this person and I like the person they're going after. If you would have told me it was conditional, I could have pushed back against both of yous. But you guys never told me it was conditional until now. I feel a little lied to be honest. Coltrane says, how long does the right keep beating up and getting killed before they play the same game the left's been playing for decades? I don't like it, but here we are. All right, then it's over. All right? That's fine. Tell me, like I said, you're not going to catch me in a loop or a web because I'm consistent. Then tell me that's the game we're playing and I can be out of it. Tell me the game we're playing is they did it to us. We thought it was wrong. Now we get to do wrong to them because we want revenge. I get it. It's a human emotion. I just thought we were playing a headier game. That's all. Lightning NC, you know what? I pushed him too far. Lightning NC says, are we going to fire everybody who lied about COVID and the Iraq war? Don't threaten me with a good time. Annoyed Wawa supervisor. See, I'm seeing that. I know who agrees with me because it's paining them. Because Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, if Gino Bisconti is your compass here, please, for fuck's sake, drive off a bridge. It's a lot easier than saying Aaron's right. Joey Caravello. God damn it, guys. Stop writing Mossad Aaron in the chat and damn you, MSO. So now you're sticking up for Kimmel. He's always mocked the right and spread hateful shit. It's fine. It's cool. Fine with it. He's mocked the right. I'm a big boy. I can be mocked. My beliefs can be mocked. The people I like can be mocked. I'm not a fucking shrinking violet. M. Pitt says him being on a local channel made the rules different for him. Not saying it's right, but nobody was crying when Gina Carano was fired. Eye for an eye. I was. See, this is why I feel betrayed by everybody. Is because they're like, nobody was crying for... I fucking was. That bothered me, what happened to Gina Carano. I didn't realize that it didn't bother any of you. I didn't realize that it was just because they were doing it to someone on a certain side. That really hurts. That really hurts to find out that everyone else was just like, oh no, it's conditional upon what your beliefs are. So it was all bullshit. Bird Collector says, I also think he was on the way out. They just needed a reason. Bring back Carson and Dave. Oh, I've got bad news. Yeah, but okay, just use that. Use that then. Just go, he was losing us a shitload of money. Boom. Boom. People are saying, what about free speech? Blah, 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 blah. Free speech, free speech, free speech. I'm not saying this is a free speech thing. I'm saying, look at what we've all been saying the last 15 years, and does that fit this scenario? I don't think it does. Mikey Two Milk says, did you stick up for Tucker when Kimmel went on air to mock his firing? Well, no, it would be Kimmel that I would stick up for. And yeah, I railed against Tucker's firing. I thought it was bullshit, and I called it out right away. I said, Fox News is just trying to stand up for, they're trying to stand up for Zelensky, and they're trying to stand up for Netanyahu. That's what Tucker's firing was all about. And I think Hannity was getting cunty. I think he was getting bitchy. Bapa Shab says, yeah, dude, Jews killed a guy who agreed with them mostly for slightly disagreeing with their take on money. That's already fucked. Right. I just didn't know we were done pushing back. Miss Tay says he should have eaten shit for the blackface. See, and this is where I'm crazy, and I get it. This is where I like standing in the pocket and taking the bullets. I feel good when I don't let the majority, when I don't let the mob tell me what to think. I feel really good being able to stand in there and take the fire. As far as the black, I think everyone, I'm crazy. All right, I'll admit that. But I think everyone should be allowed to wear blackface. And Drewski should be able to do his hacky whiteface bit. Everybody should be able to darken their skin to try to be funny. Everyone should be allowed to say racially insensitive things to try to be funny. So, yes, I actually have Jimmy's back for doing the Karl Malone blackface thing. But you know what? Jimmy Kimmel would never get my back, and that doesn't matter. I don't fucking care. Rational Redhead says Rational Redhead said the slippery slope is very real. None of this doesn't feel right. Right, exactly. We're gonna get off this subject in a little bit. But there's so many people writing in on it, and I want to get their opinions, and there's a bunch of super chats and all that, and Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. My phone's been buzzing like crazy, so continue throwing those in. We'll get to it. I promise yous. Veldrain with $1 says, why be surprised when one side of the coin does something the other side has done? Because I thought, look, I get it. I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I thought one of the sides would be genuine. I know you guys are laughing. I know. I get it. I know. McBuster says, can't afford to heat the place, ain't got no space, and you better have fun in the new Australia. Tim Finman says, Uniparty, both controlled by the same demons. I agree. Miss Tay says they just used Charlie's death as an excuse to can that bitch. It makes them look good. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk, it went from when he died, hey, let's figure out how to fix this country, fix this discourse, be a country that Charlie would be proud of. I mean, there were the war cries for a little bit. I get that emotional reaction. I had it too. But then it went to something beautiful. It was, let's change the discourse in this country. This is it. And then the lazy Susan just did a 180, and then the right went, fire everybody who doesn't like Charlie. No. You're allowed to not like Charlie, but you can't say shitty things about him when he died. I got news for you. I'm a people get to say whatever they want guy. You can be, I think it's shitty to be happy that someone died, but I can't make you feel bad that somebody got shot. I can't make you feel that way. Mikey Two Milk says Jimmy Kimmel was not open and honest discourse. He openly lied about all of us every time he stepped in front of a camera. I got news for you. So did Peter Jennings. So did Tom Brokaw. So did all of the people who've been force feeding you the news all these years. They all lied to you. Hobo Chili says last year Aaron stole his kid's candy and blamed it on Gordy. This has nothing to do with any of this. Stop calling me Mossad Aaron. That is not my name. Hagana Aaron is not my name either. I think that's actually Japanese. BB Imholt? No. Hobo, I would have thought you would call me Ida BB Imholt. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Aaron can eat 6 hoagies in one sitting. I cannot do that. I would be carbo loaded. I would be too full of bread. I stopped watching The Mandalorian, says McBuster. Then Disney went full woke with Star Wars. All the Star Wars nerds voted Republican this time. Oh, God, if you have to go for the Star Wars guy, vote. Grand Poobah with $2 says maybe these firings are egregious, but you said it yourself. We do lose our principles or allow the left to strangle us with them. Either way, it feels like a shit deal. It's a good point. Maybe it's over. And this is it. And now we have to, now we get to decide how we rot. Coltrane with $1 says maybe this is ABC's free off-ramp for them. Blame it on Kirk's death comments to keep the right on their side. And the left think it's censorship to keep the left on their side. For them, it's a win-win. Ooh. That's a brilliant fucking take. I don't hate that one. Oh, and also, I know this is going to hurt a lot. Donald Trump's lied a lot. Donald Trump said a lot of shit that just plain ain't true. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, oh, good, I tuned into Aaron Imholtwitz pulling his Jew double bluff to get us to accept Mossad's PSYOP talking points. Pocket mashed potatoes would be so kosher, so this all checks out. This doesn't have anything to do with Jews, the Mossad, or mashed potatoes in anybody's pants. All right, we got to all these. Thank you guys very much. Let's go over to the super chat side. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, my God. Jesus H. Christ. We have a great start to the show. My goodness. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Husey with $5 says, Jimmy Kimmel leaves his show just as Pretty Antisocial needs a new co-host. Just saying, hire Lemmy. Did I hear that Lemmy and Granny broke up? Somebody said that yesterday, but I think they might have gotten it wrong. I so woefully do not pay attention to these things. Oh, well. Hunter with $5 says, I agree with you, but a lot of people are sick of taking the high road for the last 10 years and getting a thumb in the eye for their troubles. I understand. $5 from Hunter again says a lot of resentment is built up over the last 15 years. People are going scorched earth without thinking about the long-term consequences. And that is how we get here. Husey with, I'm not asking for any of you to justify my position. I know I'm right because I've watched this happen time and time again. You don't have to skirt around my feelings. You don't have to do any of that. I know I've got it knocked cold here. That's why you're here. Husey with $10 says, to be serious, Kimmel's comments are the exact type of comments that work the extremists into doing these violent acts. For this reason, I'm glad Kimmel or anyone on the right would get fired for it. Again, it's not the firing in and of itself that bothers me or worries me. You have to understand, I have a very rational fear of the government, and the government put their thumb on the scales in this instance. And it does seem like a lot of us have defended people on the opposite side of Jimmy Kimmel for very similar things. And I don't know, is what Jimmy Kimmel said, does that cause extremists? Because Jimmy Kimmel didn't say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. He said that the shooter was MAGA. He said, well, here, let's play it real quick. Let's play the clip.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing,
I actually, for some people on the right, I don't disagree with that second part. Bibi Netanyahu was totally trying to score political points off of this. Even Tucker Carlson called him out. Tucker, we have a clip of that later in the show today. He was on with Glenn Beck yesterday, and Tucker said it's fucking disgusting what Bibi did to try and make hay off of Charlie Kirk's corpse. So I agree with Jimmy on that second part. The part that he got fired for was the MAGA crowd trying to pretend this guy was anyone but one of their own. Can I tell you something? I think Jimmy believes that. I think Jimmy reads bullshit. I think Jimmy reads I'mRight.com, and I think he believes that because this kid came from a very Christian conservative family, that he was one himself. Destiny did the same thing on Piers Morgan. So, I mean, now Jimmy Kimmel and Destiny are in the... Now I see why ABC doesn't want to associate with them if he's like Destiny.
There was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president...
And then this next part, he just plays a clip of Trump going, look at our construction, after they ask him about Charlie Kirk. It was that first part that got him in trouble. I'm sorry. I guess I'm living in crazy world. I guess I'm a weirdo. That doesn't seem that bad. That seems so tame. No Charlie Kirks were hurt in that statement. No Kirk family members were hurt in that statement. It was a statement about the shooter's political beliefs. I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. What happened to Dexter Morgan? I hope nobody banned him. I know he was spurging out a little bit, but I hope nobody banned him. Packerbacker says, yeah, fuck Kimmel. I don't think Jimmy believes that. I think he was pushing the establishment narrative they were trying to grow. Then why did the establishment fire him? Main Vein with $1 says, sometimes you have to bend your morals for survival. They are killing us for our beliefs. All good with society taking care of the firings. Never want the government to get involved, though. Let me ask you a question. And this is where I'm going to get crazy conspiracy theory on you. And maybe I've been listening to too much Candace Owens. What if they got this guy to kill Charlie Kirk, so we did all this and we came apart at the seams? Because if we're all fighting each other, we can't concentrate on what we agree on, like a certain country needs to stop bombing people. Just what if? Just keep that possibility open for me. Hunter with $5 says, if you can say it till you're blue in the face, but unless someone has firsthand experience with how bullshit the government is, people just don't get it. And you know, that survival thing, I get that. You know, someone saying, look, they're shooting our leaders, you know, to hell with free speech. They're shooting our leaders to hell with being morally consistent. We have to survive first. You know, John Adams had that statement. He was talking to French diplomats in France. He was in Paris, and they asked him if he'd taken in the opera and why don't you enjoy the arts and blah, blah, blah. And John Adams says, I have to fight for freedom for my country so that my children will have the privilege to study mathematics and science. They study mathematics and science and the law so that their children will have the freedom and the privilege to be able to enjoy the arts and the theater, meaning I have to make certain sacrifices to make sure the next generation can have it better. I understand. Satan's Mechanic says, reverse psychology. You're on to something, Aaron. Brian says Israel bombed 6 countries in 72 hours. I just whenever something happens and it seems to work out super awesome for one group, I wonder. That's all. I wonder. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, look up this news story. ABC News anchor quit saying she faced retaliation. We played that. We played her. She's full of shit. That lady is 1,000% full of shit, and she is using Charlie Kirk's death to make herself a martyr, and I think it's fucking disgusting, especially since she says that her first job was with Charlie Kirk. That was a really bullshit thing to do. What she did was she hijacked the news broadcast to put in her own personal opinion tribute piece to Charlie Kirk that was not okayed by the company, and she got suspended for it. And then I think she was trying to get fired. They wouldn't fire her. They just suspended her. And then when the suspension came, she resigned. Little fucky. I don't like that lady. I really don't. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, yeah, Aaron wonders why his Mossad bosses didn't call him to get involved. I am not Mossad Aaron. I swear. I'm not Mossad Aaron. I really hope Dexter Morgan. You know what? That's bothering me. I like Dexter Morgan. I'm going to go check the rolls here. And I'm going to, if somebody muted him, then here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a chance to come clean. And if you do, I won't take away your mod. Dexter Morgan search expires never. Oh, no. That's not okay. We're unmuting Dexter Morgan. Bigot on socialist media says, I muted him. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Rabbi Smoothie says, I thought John Adams said throw the Jews down the well. No, that was another founding father. That was Borat Sagdiev. Oh, now Miss Tay is saying I muted him. Now we're having a Cory Booker Spartacus moment. Son of a bitch. Mikey Two Milk says I too muted him. That's amazing. Without a mod badge. The fucking guy muted him. Unbelievable. All right, guys, 265 away from today. Oh, not Wednesday. Not Wednesday. 265 away from Thursday. There we go. 70 memberships away from 500, our all-time record. I want to see if we got close yesterday. I want to see if we can hit that bastard. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Okay, moving on with the show. We got our discussion. Mike Birbiglia. You guys were asking about comedians standing up for Jimmy Kimmel. Mike Birbiglia tells fellow comedians to speak out against ABC pulling Jimmy Kimmel Live. I've spent a lot of time in public and private defending comedians I don't agree with. If you're a comedian and you don't call out the insanity of pulling Kimmel off the air, don't bother spouting off about free speech. Notice I'm trying to be very careful about the free speech thing because free speech does pertain to the government. But the government did put their thumb on the scale on this Kimmel thing. I just hope that we're not at the point where, and this is where I'll give conservatives a break because I've been very hard on them. I'll end it with this. I hope conservatives don't feel like they're pushed into a corner because especially white European conservatives, when they feel like they're pushed into a corner and they don't have any recourse and they need to abandon their principles for mere survival, a fuckload of people die. So I hope conservatives don't feel that way. But if they do, then we're in a rough spot. We're in a bad spot. I can empathize with that. Let me say that. I may disagree with people on the right now about getting people fired for their speech, but I understand why you might feel backed into a corner. I do understand why you might feel like you have to abandon these principles. And I think it takes a lot of guts for someone on the right to say, yes, Aaron, you are right. I'm abandoning my principles, but it's either that or they just slowly pick us off. I respect that opinion 100%. I am the fool. I will die before you do if it comes to that, because I will be that fool who goes, I got to hang on to my principles. I got to hang on to my ethics. And someone will say, then you're going to die first, dude. I probably will. I'm a fool. I will die first in that regard. $2 from Redbird said, you've repeatedly said you're for sale if there's enough zeros. Going to need more proof your pockets aren't full with Israeli potatoes. Uh-oh. Mossad potato Aaron. Mashed Mossad Aaron. Dexter Morgan says, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that, and I like you too. I am sending you lots of mashed potatoes. I'd rather just have your money, to be honest. All right. Oh, I'm not mashed Mossad Aaron, all right? 260 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, beg, shake. Go ahead and continue to throw in. Tim with $2 via Venmo. Let's get to that one. Then we got some emails and some text messages. I'm going to read those. Tim says you need some custom steel toe emojis for the chat, like a boot kicking arse and mashed taters. I'll get a mashed tater emoji. If we hit the goal today, I will get a mashed tater emoji. Joey Caravello with $2 says, my name's Buck. I like to fuck. Well, hi, Buck. Coltrane says conservatives are feeling that way, and right now the opening salvo is what's happening. Well, Balls Deep with $3 over on YouTube. Thank you very much, pal. I appreciate it. Jesus, you guys are hey, $2 and $3 at a time, you understand, will do the job. If you just keep this vibe up the rest, you stay on this pace, we're going to be just fine. All right, let's get to some of these. Let's get to all of these texts. Kimmel would probably be next. To be fair, about a month ago, Trump said Kimmel would probably be next. That's true. Trump wins. On that one, Trump was right. Nova, wrong about this one, too. This is a weird cope people have. Mr. Free Speech has me and many other blocked for their speech. No. Nobody here is blocked for their speech. If you spam the chat and are an annoying cunt writing the same thing over and over, we're going to clear you off the chat so we can get to everybody who's talking in good faith. Notice this chat is full of people who disagree with me. Notice this chat is chock full of people who think I'm a fucking idiot who shouldn't be saying what I'm saying. Notice that's not why anybody's getting blocked. And then try to look in the mirror and find out what you're doing that makes you an asshole. I love that when you tell people, hey, time to look in the mirror, kiddo. And they're like, no, it's you. Okay. All right. However, we're coping. So then what is your plan? This person writes in. Right-wing guys getting shot and killed. The left tearing down right-wing people and taking their jobs. What is your plan to stop it? Genuinely asking, because it's okay to sit there and say we shouldn't do this. But when you're just sitting there with the threat of being killed or having people try to get you fired from your job just because you think different, that's not a valid plan. That's a fair anger to have, in my opinion, 1,000%. However, let me ask you this. Do you think that people get more desperate and violent or less desperate and violent when you start taking away jobs, when you start getting people fired for speech, or when you put people in a position where they feel like they can't say anything? I just don't know if that's what I'm saying is I don't know if it's an effective tactic to slow down what's happening. That's all. Somebody sent in a meme, hate speech is free speech, and then there's Heather Lee. Heather Lee is still fat. That's not okay. Heather Lee, I think enough time has passed. Heather Lee is beautiful. She's a very attractive girl. We were in a radio fight, and I thought we just got to say whatever we wanted. Boy, she lured me into a radio fight with they're in their mom's basement and everything else. Blah, 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 blah. And then I took the bait, and I went in after her, and then she Ric Flaired me. She poked me in the eyeballs, hit me in the nuts, and then went, no. No, don't. And we went, all right, guys, it's over. It's done. And then she poked me in the eyes. I got fucking nature boyed by Heather Lee. She outplayed me. Mommy says, you guys are heading toward a civil war. I hope not. I surely, seriously hope not. All right, fun stuff on the Kimmel thing, guys. That's why you are the best in the business. Now I don't know which Kimmel clip to use today. Do I combine the evening show and the morning show and make a super clip? Should I write two-parter? Here, two-part. I got a two-parter with Pam Bondi. I got a two-parter with Jimmy Kimmel. I got to put up the pretty antisocial thing from last night. I'm a busy beaver. Okay, guys, 260 away from today. Thank you very, very much. Let's get into, I had a couple quick hitters we were supposed to do before the Kimmel thing, but we just jumped right into it. By the way, one thing you guys have been doing very well lately, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, keep that up. I said there's shows with a lot less views than ours and they're in the hundreds of likes. You guys have been putting us in the hundreds of likes. I appreciate that. Keep it up on both streams. Cause we'll have like 600 to 700 people watching us at a time. Right. And then I feel bad for the YouTube people too, because they don't understand we're on 5 different platforms right now, all with their own audience. And they'll be like, it says 300, you're lying. And you're like, oh, sweetie, math is hard. No, I'm sorry. It's about 600 to 700 at a time, by the way, you shouldn't feel threatened or upset about that. I know it's more viewers than your hacky show about Steel Toe has, but still, it's not a lot of people. And it's about what our audience has been from day one. Like, it hasn't grown or anything. Like, it's still the same amount. Maybe a little bigger, but not a lot. So don't cope to me. It makes me sad when I see you do that. The Federal Reserve cut its key interest rate by 0.75 of a point and indicated that 2 more cuts could follow before the end of the year. That is very welcome news. That is awesome. Now, the problem with cutting that interest rate, and especially if they cut it another quarter point or a half point by the end of the year, is you got to look out for that inflation again. When you loosen up the money supply, inflation typically does come with it more often than not. It is going to help people in terms of borrowing money to buy cars, borrowing money to buy a house. Unfortunately, what I'm trying to say is it's going to make it a lot easier for working class people to go into debt. And it could raise inflation. But I mean, look, I am an end the Fed kind of guy. I do want to audit it. I want to get rid of it. I want to bring it into the fold. I don't want it to be this private bank or this consortium of private bankers. I don't like it the way it is. But the idea of a Federal Reserve, it's kind of like Keynesian economics. Great in theory, horrible in practice. Keynesian economics says when times are really good, sock away cash, keep your balance, keep your budgets balanced, rein in government spending when times are good, all of that. And then when times are bad, when the private economy is bad, use the government's borrowing power at lower interest rates to invest in the economy, to keep it going, incur debt. Then when things are good, you rein in your spending again and you pay off that debt you had when times were bad. That is such a great, fucking awesome economic theory. I love it. Here's the problem. Nobody ever does the part about saving and paying off debt when times are good. We don't do that part. The theory of Keynesian economics is great. The practice of Keynesian economics, it's kind of like socialism. I haven't seen anybody do it right yet. And the same thing with the Federal Reserve. When inflation is going out of control, raise up those interest rates, choke off the money supply. Yes, good. When times are really good, when inflation is really low, bring those interest rates down, encourage borrowing, investing in things that have equity like homes and things like that. And the economy can grow and people can build generational wealth. Then when things when the inflation goes up again, you raise that interest rate. It's a balancing act that in theory sounds great. And dude, Joe Biden would have driven, I will say that, and I hate the Federal Reserve, but Joe Biden would have driven this country off a financial fucking cliff if it hadn't been for the Federal Reserve. I will say that when all that inflation was happening and shit, we were lost. Biden was passing an an Inflation Reduction Act that didn't reduce inflation. It was 100% Jerome Powell and the Fed. They jacked up interest rates, and yes, that hurt. Houses getting more expensive, rates going up. That fucking sucked. It was terrible. But our politicians spent so much fucking money during COVID and shut down our economy that the Fed really didn't have a choice. And it takes a lot for me not to blame the Federal Reserve for something. They did salvage as best they could that inflation situation. But the Fed also helped cause that massive inflation situation by basically having the prime interest rate at as close to 0% as possible for about 15 years. Ever since the crash of 2008, that interest rate was at damn near zero. Free money was flying out the door. So while COVID was the straw that broke the camel's back, it was 15 years of rampant borrowing that caused that inflation. Anyway, the Fed is lowering the key interest rate by 0.25% and is hinting at 2 additional cuts before the end of the year. Oh, wow. Look at that. I got them all back on the Federal Reserve. Now I'm going through the chat and they're saying, true that. You're right. Correct. Coltrane says, weird. We didn't have a ton of inflation from 2008 to 2019 with basically free money. I think that contributed to it, though. When the inflation did hit, it hit extra hard because of that free money. Los Federales says, markets and economy has been doing just great. I grew 5K to 180K in 10 years. I have the receipts to prove it. Don't worry about the now and invest in your future. So I have like a long-term retirement plan, and I kind of leave that alone and let better people deal with it. And then I have an account for my kids. And then I have a little account that I put a little money in and I fuck around and I play around with. It's not huge. It's just kind of a fun. It's almost like going to the casino. It's fuck around, play around at investments. It has been going fucking gangbusters this year. Los Federales is right. Like I looked at that one the other day and it's double-digit percentage jumps. I mean, it's pretty in a short amount of time. Like if you get double digits in a year, yeah, great year. That's awesome. I'm talking double-digit jumps in like a matter of weeks. It's been pretty fucking crazy. I imagine the pre-market trading right now is going ape shit over that rate cut. Oh yeah. 930 opened at 45,778. Closed up 260 points. What about pre-market trading? Stock market news, blah, blah, blah. Dow futures gained 300 points as traders digest Fed rate cut. Yeah, it's going. Yeah, basically, like I have an account where I put money in it, and I'm like, ooh, we'll grow this to a free vacation. We'll grow this to this. We'll grow this to that. It's a fun fuck around account to have. King Kong Dong says, my retirement account is booming right now. Good. Good. All right, let's, look, I love this audience. I have for a long time. I love that we can talk about this Kimmel shit, and I don't have to worry about canceled. I don't have to worry about everything. I don't have to worry about that. Oh, man. This guy is fucking mad. This guy, this fake Christian Wyatt on my email, he is sending me a bunch of emails. He's mad that I mentioned our viewer count. I think he thought I was talking about him. He's like, Twitter, each individual thing doesn't count as a view. I know. Like, he's yelling at me about this. And I'm like, yeah, I know. No, I know how that works. Restream keeps track of how many people are actually watching. It's okay. We average about 6 something every day. It's on the thing. It gives me the report. And then he's mad at me about my first marriage. I love that cope, too. It's like, you weren't there, right? He's like, you're shitty at this or you're shitty at that. It's like, bro, it's just a show. Like, relax, calm down, take your pills. I got to tell that to all these guys. Like, fucking take your pills. You're going off the rails a little bit. Come on. Rein it in, buddy. Rein it in. Glenn Beck had a moment yesterday. The Charlie Kirk show has had, obviously, guest hosts the last week or this whole week. It started with J.D. Vance, and then I can't remember who else they had, but then Glenn Beck was hosting the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. And I didn't know this. This was the first time that I had found out about this. Glenn Beck has Rush Limbaugh's microphone. Rush Limbaugh has the golden EIB microphone with one half of my brain tied behind my back to make it fair. He has the golden EIB mic, and I guess Glenn kind of started a little conservative shrine yesterday, like a conservative broadcaster shrine at Charlie Kirk's studio. So all these different Republican guys are going into Charlie's studio and they're doing his show. I don't know who's going to take his place. It might be Erica Kirk. It might be Erica might end up doing the show. But I would say that Jack Posobiec would probably be the guy. Like, wasn't he the Quayle to his Bush? Wasn't he the Johnson to his Kennedy? Oh, that's not a good. I probably should. That's probably not a good comparison to use. I'm just thinking of guys who have taken over after assassinations, and I accidentally stated the one lackey that probably had their boss killed. The Johnson to Charlie Kirk's Lincoln. Well, Johnson, no, never mind. Let's before I go down a road that doesn't need to be traveled today. This was a touching little moment that Glenn Beck had. And by the way, one thing that Glenn Beck does a lot, he's an emotional guy. Glenn Beck will cry. Glenn Beck's a crier. Nothing wrong with that. He's an emotional guy. But I think he's genuine. I do. I don't think Glenn Beck's full of shit. Let's go to, you know how I know Glenn Beck's not full of shit? Because he's a weirdo. Weirdos are usually not full of shit. And Glenn Beck's a weird guy. This is Glenn and his little tribute to Charlie Kirk.
It is Russia's golden microphone.
That's badass. He had Russia's microphone in like a fucking nuclear football case. I actually like that a lot.
I think it's appropriate.
By the way, let's settle this debate, huh? Shure SM7B versus the EV mics. I love them both. I actually like this Shure grill mic, to be honest with you. But the EVs versus the Shures, and I'll be honest with you, Shure, I've had both in this system. I'll be real with you. When you're running it through a Rodecaster and you can EQ it that way, it really doesn't make too much of a difference.
But it sits in front of Charlie's microphone. What I would have said to Charlie,
Someone should tell Haley this is how you real cry. Not like fake forced cry for 50 people on a podcast. Glenn Beck can he could teach a class on like, this is crying, bitch.
was you were thinking too small. I want to be Rush Limbaugh someday.
Could you imagine if your kid said that to you? Every dad is like, right now, my son's obsessed with football. He's like, I want to be Justin Jefferson someday. I'm like, fucking gritty it up, son. Your son comes, he's like, I want to be Rush Limbaugh someday, Dad. It's like, all right, that's fucking psychotic. Not that I listened to Rush Limbaugh. I thought he was fine. He was shtick. I understood what his gimmick was. But like, if a little kid is like, I want to be Rush Limbaugh, it's like, God damn it, you're going to end up killing somebody, aren't you? Because, like, little kids just shouldn't be into that shit. But hearing Glenn Beck say, like, I want to be, like, if you're an adult and you're in broadcasting, you're like, I want to be Rush Limbaugh, it's like, wow, that's great. That's called ambition. You have a goal. I like that. But if you have, like, a kid and he's like, I want to grow up to be Rush Limbaugh, it's like, we got to get him to the fucking doctor, dude.
I'm a broadcaster. Rush was a broadcaster.
Rush is legit on the Mount Rushmore, by the way. I think when it comes to radio, Howard Stern, Rush Limbaugh, Steve, who was the guy that Howard ripped off? Steve Dahl, Paul Harvey, H.G. Wells, War of the Worlds. That's kind of a big deal. By the way, did you know H.G. Wells kind of bullshitted that whole War of the Worlds thing, that people really weren't panicked that there was an alien invasion? That was part of the marketing for War of the Worlds? That the whole big marketing plan that they had over that whole deal was let's get this story out there that the country really thought there was an alien invasion. Like some radio station took 2 calls from old ladies and said, oh my God, there's a panic. I don't know if that's true or not, but I want it to be true. I want it to be true that this story I've been told my whole life about War of the Worlds is total fucking bullshit.
But Charlie was a broadcaster and a narrowcaster. Charlie.
Dude, fucking fire Glenn Beck. He just called Charlie Kirk narrow. Glenn, I don't know if you know this. We fire people for that now. You don't get to sit there and just speak extemporaneously. You don't get to have... what do you call that? You don't get to have stream of consciousness anymore, Glenn. I think you just called Charlie narrow, and I think that's a fireable offense. At the very least, it's body shaming, and we don't do that on the right anymore.
He was a pastor and a priest, and listening to the way he could...
He's a pastor, he's a priest, he's a lover, he's a beast, a debater and a dad. It made the country sad. He's...
argue and think differently.
Sorry, I'm canceled.
He was a rabbi as well.
Oh! Get the fuck out of it. Glenn Beck's fired. You can't be a rabbi. No, that's genocide. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Orson Welles, you hack. Fuck you. H.G. Wells was War of the Worlds. Suck my fat cock. That was extreme. Oh, H.G. Wells wrote it, didn't he? Fuck. He wrote War of the Worlds. Orson Welles did the voice, didn't he? Orson Welles. Fuck, don't be wrong, Aaron. Don't be wrong. Don't be wrong. But you have to be honest when you're wrong. You keep telling these people that. Orson Welles' War of the Worlds was a 1938 dramatization of H.G. Wells' novel. Motherfucker! I got it flipped! H.G. Wells wrote it. Orson Welles did the... Fuck my butt! Don't talk like that. I'm canceled. That's our new bit on the show. Anytime something like that gets said on the show, you guys, I want you writing canceled in the chat. We need to have, I know we have the siren. I got to make an emoji for the Rumble chat for canceled, because that got me canceled.
And one of the best. He was a political organizer. He was a...
So that's what you guys said about Barack Obama. Remember that? Where Barack Obama was a piece of shit for doing that? I'm sorry. I'm just in a mood where I want to bust everyone's balls because everyone's starting to get a little crazy.
Could argue and think differently. He was a rabbi as well, and one of the best. He was a political organizer. He was a political think tank himself.
It's getting weird. It's getting a little weird. I gotta be honest. Like, I was watching my favorite show, Piers Morgan, yesterday, and they had Riley Gaines on there, and then a couple liberal people, and they were arguing about, like, you know, can you say this? Can you say that? Is this mean? Is this bad? And one of the liberal guys went, well, Charlie Kirk made fun of Paul Pelosi after the hammer attack. And like one of the people, I think it was Riley Gaines or the workout lady from Biggest Loser, they yelled at that guy and they're like, how dare you defame the memory of Charlie Kirk? And they were trying to get that lather worked up. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. That is a completely legitimate criticism. I worry about that when people die, that we just whitewash. Like, Charlie Kirk was a human being. He would be the first one to tell you he was imperfect. You have to be able, don't deify people. It's weird. Like, love them. Think they were great. The coolest thing about people is we love people despite their foibles. Thank you for the $1. Where'd it go? Where'd my dollar go? Where'd my $1 from Mr. Sister. Says, kitty girl, if you tormenting a fat radio chick, then being caught at the gay 90s offering your tater tot dick to drag queens hasn't gotten you canceled. Nothing will. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Dexter Morgan says that amazing Lucas was a wanker. He's a race-baiting prick on his channel. Oh, yeah, that Lucas guy was in we're going to call it the Destiny chair on the Piers Morgan show now. He was in the crazy fuck chair. Piers Morgan brings people on his show because he knows they'll be fucking insane, and he can go, how dare you say something like that? I mean, I can't believe. I love Piers will book psychos on his show just so he can be righteously indignant when they say crazy shit. Like, here's our resident crazy guy to come in here and tell us crazy shit. And then the guy goes, yeah, all the conservatives get shot in their dick because of George Floyd. And then Piers will go, I'm shocked and offended that you would say something like that. I am utterly disgusted that you would come in here. No, don't interrupt me. This is my show. I don't want to mute your microphone. But in 40 years of being in the media, I have never heard someone be so disgusting and callous over the death of another human being. I mean, like, he acts like he books a lunatic. Like, Piers Morgan finds the guy in the neighborhood who's homeless and shits on everybody's rugs. And then he invites them in for dinner. He goes, I thought I would invite you in for a nice meal and a candlelit dinner. And I thought we would enjoy mutton together. And then the guy takes a shit on his floor and he goes, the audacity you have to come over for a nice meal and take a shit on my rug. I can't believe you, in all my years of hosting dinner parties, nobody has ever shit on my rug. Right, Piers, but you invited rug shitter guy. And I don't know why. Like, usually I would call that out as a hypocrisy, but I fucking love it when Piers does it. I love when Piers goes, like, hi, fucking shit-throwing ape. Thanks for coming on my show. Hey, shit-throwing ape. What's with the shit-throwing? And the guy's like, my name's literally shit-throwing ape. And he goes, well, I'm shocked and offended. But thank you, Bapa Shop. Jillian Michaels. I don't know. Your parenthesis key must be stuck before and after words. I don't know if you noticed, but you put 4 parentheses around Jillian Michaels when you... I'm just letting you know, you might have a broken thing there. Dexter Morgan says, Aaron, you sound like the guy from The Hateful Eight. Tim Roth? It's not the guy from The Hateful Eight. That's the guy who robs the restaurant in Pulp Fiction. How dare you? That's General Thade in, what is it? Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton one. Dude, I have such shitty fucking taste in movies. You understand that I like the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes more than the Charlton Heston Planet of the Apes because there's a war. They fight at the end of that one. It fucking rules. I like that one better, and I like the Russell Crowe Robin Hood better than Men in Tights or Prince of Thieves. I have fucking garbage taste in movies. No, Dexter Morgan, I know he's in The Hateful Eight too, but I don't see him as the Hateful Eight guy. I see him as General Thade. Thank you very much. All right, guys, 260 away from today's goal. I am having a blast with you guys today. I hope you're enjoying the show as well. I hope you hit like. I hope you hit subscribe. I hope you hit follow. Ooh, I also want to make an announcement that since today is Thursday, it is our final goal of the week. So let's bang that out and keep our perfect week alive. I really had to stretch it last night. We got the goal, but I needed to make some concessions. We were at $20, and I cannot, dude. If it's at $20, like if you got it down to 20 right now, I would leave it go the rest of the show, and then if we got 5 minutes away, I'd sell my blood to get. Like if we were short by like 120, I'd be like, well, fuck it, we lost today. What do you do? If we were at 20, you would be like, well, Aaron, it's $20. It doesn't make a fucking difference. And like, yeah, I know. But I can't let this go. It's too much. I have too much. It's foolish pride is what it is. This is interesting. This broke yesterday just as we were getting off the air. The CEO of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit are set to testify before Congress on the left-wing radicalization of its users and open incitement to commit politically motivated acts. It's time to face the hard truth. We need answers. I'm going to tell you this. That Discord is a radicalization machine because it is a concentrated fentanyl-like dose of everything that creates a killer on the internet. Like the internet in and of itself is a place people can go because they failed in real life. They're too mentally ill for reality. They don't like being there. They can't handle it. They hate those of us who can. So they lash out. And they're lashing out further alienates them. People go, I don't want to be around you. You're fucking miserable. But they've convinced themselves that they're the normal ones and all the rest of us are fucking crazy. But they're very alone in that. So all these people who are alone in that, in their circles, go to the internet and find 200 people in a world of about 8 billion that feel the same way they do. And they just sit there and they fart into each other's noses and just huff them up all day. And that kind of shit, especially when you're already mentally ill, will make you fucking crazy. I'll give you a good example. We do a silly fuck around news comedy show here. We do a little morning talk show, a little morning zoo for you in the morning. And it has cultivated a group of fans that feel like I've betrayed them or feel like I've personally done something to them when I didn't even know they existed. And their whole obsession, their whole life is loving steel toe to the point where they don't know what to do about it and they go fucking ape shit and they got to talk about it all day. And it does foment violence. It has fomented stalking. It has fomented harassment of not just me, but people I'm associated with, like really wild, scary stuff. Like people create whole podcasts just to convince themselves that their mental illness over me is somehow justified. And they do it by going into these little communities and obsessively thinking and talking about me. And like, there's one guy who's created his whole career is attached. Like he honestly thinks he's my girlfriend. He thinks we're together. He's created a relationship. And like those people, you need to forcefully stop them. Or they won't. It'll end like Selena. These people go in and radicalize each other to the point where they're willing to kill over really dumb shit, like a podcast, or send paranoid schizophrenics who could kill at a moment's notice. Send them to be around you. Like, it's fucking wild. And think about it. That's for a shitty little nothing podcast that nobody watches. Now, go to Charlie Kirk. You can draw a straight line from this shit. Because there's more and more people who can radicalize a guy around a Charlie Kirk and get him to act, especially if Mossad's involved. But yeah, I think it's great that Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit are going to have to answer for all this, that they're going to have to tell Congress about what's up. I like that they're not being forced. I like that they're being asked and they're offering to go in the spirit of figuring out what the fuck happened here. Here's what I don't want. I don't want these places shut down by the government. I don't want these places I just don't want censorship. That's what I don't want. But I would love to see them kind of like explain to Congress and explain to America, like, hey, here's what's going on. Because I think a lot of people don't know. And Chevy fan, no offense, buddy, they're my lol cow. That's why they want to get me. Because I laugh at, they're the punchline for my joke, and it's driving them nuts. And they're not normal people. No offense, Chevy fan. You've been wrong about a lot of shit, and I've had to school you on a lot of it. This is the next one. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, RoboCop 1987 or RoboCop 2014? Keep in mind, the wrong answer will get you canceled, but no pressure. Okay, I'm about to give you an answer, the only answer that's going to get me killed. I have not seen either RoboCop. I haven't seen RoboCop. I haven't seen the Peter Weller RoboCop. People kill. People get really fucking mad when you haven't seen a movie. I haven't seen either of the RoboCop. I didn't even know there was a 2014 RoboCop. All I know about the 1987 RoboCop is I had a buddy at Brown who would, like, he loved RoboCop and he loved Jesus, and he would incessantly tell us about how RoboCop was an allegory for Jesus Christ, and that Peter Weller's RoboCop was a Jesus Christ figure and the whole thing. Like, I know beat for beat RoboCop. I've just never seen it. Look at this. You're a fag, unfollowing, stone him, canceled. You Need Me More says, I haven't either. Mommy says, I haven't either. I can't believe it. Stone the sinner, burn him in oil. Somebody too says, I've never seen it. Papa Shop says, don't you dare. Mommy says, in the 80s, I was too busy to be watching movies. Satan's Mechanic says, canceled. Give Me Tips says, what the fuck? How have you not seen the original RoboCop? MSO says, RoboCop 2, Electric Boogaloo. Papa Shop says, go watch RoboCop. You guys hit the goal today. I'll watch RoboCop. That's the deal. Our goal is stagnated, by the way, at 260. You guys got off to a good start. Thank you very much. The 2014 RoboCop is the bartender on Tulsa King. Garrett Hedlund? Oh, you know what? I might like the 2014 RoboCop better than the other RoboCop, because I love Garrett Hedlund. You know what my favorite Garrett Hedlund movie is? I like him in Country Strong. You know? It's a really good movie. Hold on. I love this Garrett Hedlund song. It's he's a really good he's a good actor and a good singer too. Like this, you guys will love this one. You guys usually love my music. This is from the movie Country Strong with Tim McGraw and Gwyneth Paltrow and Leighton Meester.
It's my grandpa's old Gibson and a girl of no importance. A shot of whiskey sitting on the bar.
Okay, at least give me this. This is better country music than like chart-topping country music right now.
Yeah, I used to give a damn. I used to try real hard, but I'll give in tonight. Chances are 1 foot on the narrow way and 1 foot out on the ledge, sifting through the devil's lies and what the good book says.
Songs for Charlie.
If I'm going anywhere, I'll probably go too far, probably away from you. Chances are.
Oh, boy. Knobs Dog says this music is steel toe level shitty. You know what? Hey, check this out. I did that off of a RoboCop question. I'm the best in the fucking business. Mommy says it's gay and it's making me want to run in front of traffic. That hurts my feelings a lot. Joey Caravello says Leighton Meester was in That's My Boy. She plays a woman who fucks her brother. Oh, well, that ruined it all. Oh my God. We've got one person saying I should be raped for that. Look, I can't find a single thing except maybe doing it to someone else that I would say you should have that done to you for. And now I'm getting these threats for playing a song. Oh my God. Agreed, Aaron. All country sucks. All right. Dude, really? RoboCop? Come on. I think I got to leave for the day, NBG. Coltrane says, better than Eric Church, that's for sure. Eagle of America says, you have tampons in your bathroom. I don't know, I might. There's a woman stays here pretty regularly. I don't know if I do or not. You know why? And this might shock you. I don't have a vagina. Breaking news on... Are we clipping that? Is that going to get clipped? Breaking news, Steel Toe announces he does not have a vagina. Millions of dollars in bets lost. Aaron not having a vagina paying off at 47-1. Many strike it rich. $5 from Gray Duckling. He says, say what you will about Jesus, but leave RoboCop out of it. All right, sorry. Sorry, I apologize. 255 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Keep it going. I would love a rally. 70 memberships away from our all-time record of 500. Somebody, too, says this one's right up there with it. Oh, what? What's right up there with it? Oh, this is a great song. This is a fantastic song. This is the Thumpasaurus.
Here's my strutting do-do-do. Strutting my way on over to you. You like my strut? I like yours too. Strutting my way on over to you. Seems like these days got nothing to do. Hit the sidewalk and strut with you. Strutting in the morning, strutting at noon. Strutting in the nighttime under the moon. Hey you, I like you too. And do you mind if I strut for you? Maybe feel free to strut for me. You gotta strut, everybody should do. Watch that thing go side to side. Strut so hard with the strutting thighs. Strut your way into my mind. I'm food, cause strut's so fun.
All right. You're right, somebody. That was good. That is a good song. Wow. A conservative McGroin says, wow, so many fags. Hulkamasha baby, if you don't have a vagina, why'd you take that Midol? I did. I took a Midol once. I was really bloated. And April's like, do you want to take a Midol? It'll help with the bloating. And I took it. And I didn't need to tell you guys that I took it, but I felt like I needed to be honest with you. I didn't want to feel like I was getting away with something, essentially. Hey, Chevy fan, no, not bricked up. I am free. The demons are free. I am good. That's why I'm so happy today. You see, I'm very happy. I'm very loose. Things are good. Loosey-goosey, I would even say. 255 away from today. Skol, let's go. All right, I was, look, I don't like to brag when I fucking have an impulse or I have an insight or I have a feeling and I just go with it on the show right as soon as I get that feeling. And then I'm right about it, which happens way too often, quite frankly. In fact, if you hate Steel Toe, you ought to just stop and be a lover of the toe because I never miss. It's fucking ridiculous. It's eerie. It's like I'm one of those people on Manifest. David, the singer guy that I'd never heard of until a dead teenager showed up in his Tesla's trunk. That is wild, right? Like, this guy's got millions of followers. I did not know anything about this music guy's career, but I do know that he has a rotting teenager in his trunk of his Tesla. Hey, do you know David? And by the way, his name's not even David. This is how you know our country's fucked. He spells it D4VD, which is like Democrats for venereal disease. D4VD. But it's David, which is why Chad Buzmak tried to start getting people to spell my name 44RON. That's not how you spell my name. But David DeFurvid, don't know him from music, but know him from the dead girl in his trunk. So they were able to identify that woman's body, and they got the name of the teenager in the trunk. Remember when this story first broke and the media was like, he hasn't been driving it. It's been on loan. It's just in his name. It's not the car he typically drives. They were trying to say, look, this poor David guy, some teenager showed up dead in the trunk of a car he owns. Oh, man, that's a terrible thing to happen to somebody. And then yesterday, they were able to find out that it was a teenage girl, and they identified her. And I said, wait a minute. I guarantee you this David guy had sex with this teenager, and she threatened to go public, and it would ruin his career. Obviously, hopefully, it would ruin his career. Don't worry, we'll stick up for you. We've done this many times before. They would, his career would be destroyed by an allegation that he had a sexual relationship with a 14 or 15-year-old girl. So I think he gave his car to two of his boys. I think his boys took care of her. They put her in the trunk. They parked it on the wrong street. The car got towed. It got sent to the impound. There's no way to get in there and get the body. They were walking past it, smelled like rotting corpse. They opened up the trunk. Sure enough, there it is. I think that this David, and this sounded like a crazy theory yesterday, but now that more of this information has come out, I am, as the kids are now saying, 10 toes down. And by the way, I think once you cross 40, you got to stop fucking saying shit like that. I feel like a douche just saying it, but I am 100% all the way in on this David had this underage girl killed because they had a sexual relationship. And now a couple more pieces fell into place yesterday, and I'm even more ardent on this. David has canceled his Seattle show and is pausing his tour after the body was identified from the Tesla. And it was identified as a 15-year-old girl, Latino girl. I believe, here, TMZ has the report. Let's let them tell us the story.
We have a lot to get to today. We have been telling you about a body parts found in the trunk of a Tesla owned by the singer David. We now know who the victim is in this case, and there are a lot of twists and turns.
Yes, the victim, as it turns out, is a 15-year-old girl named Celeste Rivas. And Celeste Rivas had gone missing about a year ago. Now, how we got that information that she had gone missing came just days after police reported finding the body parts in this Tesla.
So we should say that this girl apparently had either run away or disappeared.
Yes.
Like you said, it was a year ago, April. So
did she run away with this David guy? Did this David guy interact with her?
The police have identified her, but here's one of the twists. Last Wednesday, right after the car was found,
right,
we got a tip that this body may be that of Celeste's. We got in touch with Celeste's mother, and the mother told us, because what the police had come out with was that the girl had a tattoo.
I thought we were going to get to this in the next story. Let's just do it all at once. Okay. David has a dead teenager in the trunk of his car at an impound lot. Teenager turns out to be a missing Latina woman. David cancels all of his shows. He cancels his Seattle show, pauses his tour. He's not going to go on tour anymore. I'm telling you, this guy is going away. And now the tattoo part. This is the part that's got me all the way 100% all in that this David guy had something to do with this chick's death is the tattoo part of this.
That the girl had a tattoo on her right index finger that said S.
Even before they could find out her name.
Right. Shut the fuck up, Harvey. Harvey is tense. He's like, shut the fuck up. I'm on a roll here. There's nothing worse than you're on a roll and someone goes, let me add something into this. And you're like, motherfucker, I was getting to that part. By the way, I have to credit Harvey Levin, and some of you might be really mad that I'm going to do this because, it's you. But he holds on to, he's a good guy to tell your sources to. He knows how to keep his fucking trap shut. That's probably why the police give him information and stuff too. They know he's not going to blow up the investigation.
They obviously had the body parts, and they released some information.
And it was on her index finger. It said SHHH with 3 dots or 4 dots, and that's all we knew.
Get ready.
The mother told us that my daughter had a tattoo on her right index finger that said the same thing.
That's not.
That the tattoo, she told us. In fact, Anakin.
You were supposed to lead TMZ into freedom, not lead it into darkness. Anakin, my allegiance is to the news, to democracy. Sorry, there's no fucking way this asshole's name is Anakin. God damn it. Fucking Gen X parents are the worst. Anakin, oh.
She only spoke Spanish, so Anakin spoke to her.
She did.
And she said that she had a boyfriend.
And then he killed a shitload of younglings.
That's right, that she had a boyfriend and his name was David. And the mother never really got in contact with David, like she never saw him.
She didn't know who the David was.
She had heard of him.
Ah! So the mom said she has a boyfriend named David. We're not done yet because apparently they're going to keep going with this. And in this, there's one point I'm waiting for them to bring up that got me like all the way 100% like this motherfucker had something to do with killing this teenage girl.
And it seemed like the last time that she had seen her daughter was when she had gone out with David.
So this David may have, allegedly, my opinion, not a statement of fact, blah, 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 blah. This David guy might have been hoe running underage girls. He might have been Epsteining. He might have been R. Kellyan. He might have been keeping the dungeon. I wonder if more girls, like if they arrest this guy and they have him in custody, I wonder if more girls don't come forward. I can understand why girls wouldn't come forward now. I mean, Jesus, he's out there and he's fucking might be whacking people. But I wonder if because guys like this don't just find a 13, 14-year-old girl. They find many 13 or 14-year-old girls. It's a fucking, what do you call it? It's a pathology with these guys.
So we called LAPD robbery homicide, and we gave them the information. We gave them the mother's phone number. We gave them her name, obviously, and also told the detective that she had told us about the tattoo. We added the fact that it was red, which they hadn't.
Right, so they hadn't released that information.
So, and the tattoo on the finger said, shh. That was the tattoo. Shh. I'm waiting for them to get to that part, the best part of it. Well, not the best part, but you know what I mean. The most revealing part.
And the detective was, poker-faced. Or
that's what they have to do.
And just said, thank you very much.
Mama.
And that was it until today when
that's bad romance. I'm sorry. I fucked up my Lady Gaga. Hey, by the way, is there a better Lady Gaga song than You and I? It's fucking why we were having a good show. I had just gotten away from the gay for a little bit, and then I just effortlessly spouted out something homoerotic like, is there a better Lady Gaga song than You and I? Why can't I stop being gay for 5 fucking seconds?
They now have identified the girl as the girl who is the girl of the month of that woman.
Right, the daughter of that woman.
Right.
So there's another twist with that tattoo.
Yes.
A very interesting one in some photos that we found.
Get ready.
David.
Correct.
Now, we should say that David has been on tour during all of this. He
canceled any of the shows.
Until
today, he started canceling shows. Okay. But this girl had been decomposing for a long time. This is why I'm saying I think he had his boys handle it. You get ready.
Had been on a tour, and in fact, just last night performed in Seattle.
Yeah.
And police had they have not named him a person of interest.
Nope.
Not named him a suspect. They
Not
just
yet.
know that the car belongs to him.
Yeah.
Now, the photos that we found of David. And
Yeah.
a tattoo that he has
Oh.
is very, very interesting.
So we found photos from last September
what's
where
the-
he
Oh,
has
look at that.
on his
What's that?
pointer finger of his right hand
The same finger as hers.
The same exact finger, the exact same tattoo. It's in.
Ah! He has a shush tattoo on the same finger that she has a shush tattoo. That is a trafficking branding thing. That's a brand. He put a brand on her. Okay, you know what? Lawyers, cease and desist, sue me. He had something to do with this girl's death. This guy has fucked this girl. This guy had something to do with her death. This David did some fucked up shit when it comes to this girl. First of all, it's his fucking car. Only if you're famous and rich do you get the benefit of the doubt on something like that. If a dead 14-year-old shows up in any one of the trunks of our cars, whether we're guilty or not, we're fucking guilty. And then this guy he has the 14-year-old girl in the trunk of his car. Then we find out that she told her mom she had a boyfriend named David. And then we find out that they have the same fucking hook finger tattoo that says shh, which is what you would say about a relationship between a grown man and a 13-year-old. Or the Trump administration's official policy on Jeffrey Epstein. Shh. Maybe Trump has the tattoo. We don't know. I don't get tats. All right, let's continue on here. Maybe I'm being a gossipy bitch, but I love this shit. This guy is guilty as sin.
Black, so it's not red ink, and I do want to be fair. Obviously, we're not insinuating anything here.
I am. I'll insinuate. I don't have a career. I'll insinuate this guy had sex with this underage girl and then probably had something to do with her being killed.
Tattoo it was very popular.
She wanted to come forward. He wanted to break up. She was going to come forward. Boom.
It's a tattoo that Rihanna made popular in 2008.
Oh my God, Rihanna had sex with it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't buy it. But they had the same tattoo in the same place. I've never heard of this tattoo being a thing. I know about like tribal tattoos and the barbed wire when Goldberg was a thing. I know about whore tattoos, eagle chest pieces. I know about sluts with entire sleeves. I don't know about the shush thing.
And a bunch of HHH,
Lindsay Lohan had
a bunch
one.
of celebrities.
Yeah.
A ton of people get it because you do this, so it makes sense why it would be.
No, I'm starting to think that now this is some kind of a famous person Hollywood sex cult thing.
On that finger, but it is interesting that he has the exact same tattoo.
Rihanna got the shush tattoo because that was Chris Brown's favorite thing to say to her.
LAPD.
Oh, I'm canceled. That's a domestic abuse joke, guys. Got to cancel me. ABC, got to come get me.
Homicide Division is investigating this case. They still have not said it's a murder.
Correct. Meaning that
they
don't know.
Right. They haven't said it's a murder. It's just a 14-year-old girl who was found in the trunk of a famous guy's Tesla. I mean, she probably accidentally crawled in there and then ate some bad sushi and shit herself to death in the trunk of a car.
The cause of death. Obviously, yes, the body was dismembered and was, where the parts were in a bag that was in the Tesla.
Yeah, it sounds like cancer. So it really sounds like cancer to me. You know what? That's usually, can we Google that? Can we get WebMD on that? So if you die in a Tesla trunk split up into pieces in Glad bags, I think that's dysentery. I could be wrong.
But they don't know what the cause of death is.
And we don't want to seem dumb to you guys that we're saying, well, people are...
No, hey, Harvey, I would never, not in a million years, buddy. I would never say you seem dumb to me. Say, remarkably Jewy today, Harvey, but never dumb.
Saying, of course it's a murder. I mean, theoretically, it could be a body where somebody died and then they did it after the fact. Would not be murder.
Which happens all the time with roadkill, not with people. Not. Oh, man, I found this girl when I was walking in the woods, and I got so scared I just chopped her up into 6 pieces and put her in garbage bags. You talk about bad crisis management skills. When your immediate impulse when you find a body and nothing bad happened is you just start chopping it up and putting it in bags. It's for convenient transportation of the corpse. They can put her back together at the morgue like a jigsaw puzzle. No. Nobody does that. Nobody has ever just found a body that died from natural causes and then went, well, I guess we got to slice them apart.
But we don't know. The part that, why would you do that? Right. Right. If someone fell down the stairs and broke their neck in an accident, why would you dismember the body?
Right. Fell down the stairs and broke their neck. What is this, a fucking Lifetime movie? Jesus, buddy. Yeah, David 1,000% killed that girl. She died because of him. Somehow. He's involved. He's involved with her death. $1 from 383 Novocaine says Steel Toe's new theme song. What's my new theme song? Yeah. You have to admit there is no better fucking Phoenix analogy than me. Not only that, the fact that I'm still standing, the fact that it drives so many fucking people nuts and causes them to have meltdowns every single day when they wake up in the morning. I get off on it a little bit. I change my pants a couple times a day. Also, $2 from Dan Vicious says he apparently released a song called Romantic Homicide on her birthday. Ah! Coltrane says chopped up found in the Tesla. They said parts. Right. Mad Move says finding a body and dismembering it sounds like something a Kennedy would do. Rabbi Smoothie says, you ain't lived until you've done that. Well, I've been sheltered, apparently. Oh, Satan's Mechanic says, shit, 14-year-old girls can get abortions. What the fuck you talking about, a tattoo? Dude, they can change their gender. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Deforvid will probably double his monthly listens after this exposure. Yeah, but will he get to cash one of the monthly checks or will he be in jail? Bambi Rose says, the longer the jab is in their body, the more deranged they get. Holy shit, are we blaming this on the vaccine? Is this a vaccine? Is this a long COVID symptom? You die and then you somehow get chopped up into pieces? I don't understand. 255 away from today's goal. Stagnant doesn't even begin to say it. We are frozen. Let's get a little bit of a rally going. Grand Poobah doesn't have a membership on Rumble. Let's fix that shit. This person texting in, but did they find the pineapple tattoo? I don't believe there was a pineapple tattoo on this person. I'm sorry. Guys, Look, I know I made this Lady Gaga reference earlier, and I said what the best Lady Gaga song was, and I know that probably sounded gay to a lot of you. I just want to play it so you guys know it's not gay, that it's totally awesome and cool that I referenced that song. I just don't want anyone to think that this is a homo thing.
It's been a long time since I came around. Been a long time, but I'm back in town.
By the way, I am not bullshitting you. This is my favorite Lady Gaga song. This or Just Dance.
This time I'm not leaving without you.
I'll vibe to this shit, dude. I like this song.
You taste like whiskey when you kiss me. I would give anything again to be your baby doll. This time
She can sing her fucking balls off.
without you.
See that? And then here's the thing, guys. It picks up right here. So, like, if you were like, Aaron, this is gay as fuck, you have a problem. You're not listening to just listen to the whole thing.
He says, sit back down where you belong, in the corner of my bar with your high heels on. Sit back down.
She's a greaser now.
Made love the first time and you said to me there's something about this.
She's dressing like a dude. She just looks like a lesbian. It doesn't look like a guy. She looks like Greek Prince. Is this gay?
Baby, you and I.
Is that gay that I like that song? That's my favorite Lady Gaga? Or is it just gay that I have a favorite Lady Gaga song? Is all of this just problematic? I don't know. Zen Man with a gifted membership for Brett McCart. Thank you very much. 250 away from today. 69 memberships away from 400. Everybody, hey, you know what I say? Everybody throw in a membership and we'll get to like 900. Oh, no, we're not 70. Ooh, I fucked that up. We are not 69 from 400. We're 69 from 500. There you go. All right, I would like the audience's thoughts on me thinking that's the best Lady Gaga song there is. Like, I have a feeling that some people are going to be like, yeah, Aaron, that is a really good song. I enjoy it. Somebody just Facebook messaged me a bowl of SpaghettiOs, and the letters that are left in it are HOMO. And they're arranged to say homo, but I'm not sure what the message is there, to be honest. Mike Go says queer. Satan's Mechanic says canceled. I'm getting canceled a lot today. Mommy says, what the fuck? More gay music. Lander says, don't play this shit, you 2-bit washed up fucking bar wrench. It's not very nice. Sloppy Slop says, time to unalive myself. Thanks, Aaron. Gaga is a man. I really don't like Lady Gaga. I like Lady Gaga. I think she's good. Mad Move says, Aaron likes to listen to this while dripping candle wax on his chubby nipples. First of all, I have small nipples. Alarmingly so. My areolas are small as well. I'm a small nippled boy. Dexter Morgan's, Bird Collector says, I've heard it. Didn't know it was her. Hulkamasha Baby says, play 12 Men in My Asshole by Lady Gaga. Papa Shop says, walk upstairs and throw yourself off the top of the stairs. Hit the goal. Mommy says, what the fuck? This is horrible. I like that. Sloppy Slop says, this would be a good song if it wasn't so fucking horrible. Chips and Diff says she's ripping off Shania Twain. That's the first I've heard that. Kyler says, there is something seriously wrong with you. Like medically. What do you mean? That's not a good song to you? Lander says, Aaron, weak-ass men like you is why our country is in such a sad fucking state. You don't think it takes bravery and balls to come to before 600 to 700 people? It's going to be thousands of people by the time this episode is totally viewed. Thousands of people. And look at them. What is it? 5,000 on Rumble on average, 2,500 on YouTube, another few hundred on Facebook, another few hundred on Kick, and then another 300-400 on. Thousands of people are going to watch me say that I love the song You and I by Lady Gaga. If you don't think there's courage in there somewhere, then I might just be coping with my homosexuality. Rabbi Smoothie says, gun to my head, I couldn't name a Lady Gaga song, and I'm okay with that. Like Bad Romance, Just Dance, You and I. Really? Paparazzi? Can't name any of those? Well, now I feel really gay. Veldrain says, I am no longer questioning why Aaron hasn't seen RoboCop. I've seen Pretty Woman. I'm told that's a classic. Anybody thought that like some of the places that her and her cheap-looking girlfriend are hooking kind of look like the Foot Clan's lair in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? It's just a line I've drawn over the years. Oh, man. This is exceptionally gay. She would get buried in the field by dicks. Mike Go says mega gay. Satan's Mechanic says this is the music you write smoking corn silk. Hobo Chili Recipe wants me hate crimed by a pack of Indian men. Yeah, but like that hasn't changed. Aaron, you need to be investigated. For what? Drag queen gay. It's all gay, says Chips and Diff. Extreme mega gay and all of the above, Aaron, says Mommy. Reformed Rapscallion says, is it possibly Aaron is also the Blintz Bandit or the Pierogi Prowler? Wally World gifting a membership to Los Federales. Hey, keep passing those memberships on. We'll get there in no time and it'll be painless. Plus, if you have a membership, you don't have to watch ads. 240. No, 245, 240, whatever. We'll get there. I'm going to start wondering if Aaron was a chick at one point. Retard faggot? I don't understand. Main Vein says Aaron has the same musical taste as a fag or teenage girl. What? What do you mean? I don't have the same. Like, here, I'll play a country song for you. I'll play a country song for you to prove, like, I'm not, like, I don't have the taste, musical taste of a teenage girl or a fag. I'll prove it to you right now. Like, this is a country song that I like. I'm totally this is a heterosexual song to listen to. We're so not monetized today. Enjoy.
Everybody here ain't from here, but we're here doing our thing.
This is straight.
Letting go a little by little, sipping on a frozen drink. Taking bars, taking, pouring all week, and clouds ain't leaking no rain.
I like this song. I like this song, and if you call me gay for liking this song, I will lean in. That's how much I like this song. I'll belt this one out in the car, bitch.
Two pieces shaking, white caps breaking. We ain't feeling no pain. It goes like one margarita, two margarita, three margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow. Leave all your sorrow out here on the floating dock.
It's fun.
When that sun lays down, we'll be on our way.
SP and I got to go back to Florida soon.
Round, one more last chance to say, hey, senorita, don't you think we need a salt and a buffet song? One margarita, two margarita, three margarita, we'll be gone.
All right. See, I told you, like, whoever said that I have the musical taste of a gay guy or a teenage girl probably feels really fucking stupid right now. Really stupid. April was found in the oh God, Chevy found out. Ooh boy, you know what? If she hadn't gotten away, it was probably headed that way. It was probably headed that way, my man. She probably doesn't realize how much she saved her own life. Oh, boy. Also gay as fuck, someone says. Gayer than AIDS. This is gay. Oh, no. Beyond gay. Please fucking stop. Totally not a gay upwards. All right, here's the deal. If you guys stop gifting memberships on Rumble or stop sending in super chats or stop sending in PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, whatever, if we don't get any more donations commenting about this, I will move on and I will not show you any more gay music that I like. All right? If memberships and stuff and PayPals and all that, if money keeps coming in, I will keep doing what the audience is paying for. If they would like me to move on, they will just... 09 Canyon says 2 pina coladas is way better than this shit. I mean, easy on the way, you know. Dime a dozen new age horse shit. Miss Tay says, I'm sending you a Venmo requesting $255. Why? What did I do? What did I do? I don't understand. On a wall, gifting a membership to Spunker. Yes, that's a sentence we say here now. Hey, we've had too many beans. It's 240 on the Steel Toe Show. Redbird with $1 says, we have the green siren for WPH. We need an Aaron is a fag alarm now. If someone wants to send me a red one of these, that's great. We could have different colored lit sirens. You guys email me. I'll hook you up with my address if you want to send one out. We'll have a red one, rainbow one for gay or some kind of bright colored one for gay, red for canceled, and green for WPH. Oh no, a battery fell out. Did you look at my ass? Were you looking at my ass when I... Oh! The whole back cover came off. That's the way I like it, boys. All right. Enough of that. Guys, enough hate speech. Let's continue on here. If country music was a rooster, you probably wouldn't know it don't lay eggs. It's a good one. Hulkamash Baby with $1 says, do you like top 40 too, you prepubescent girl? Tell me you're a bottom harder. I don't know any top 40 right now. I couldn't tell you who like the hottest artist is out there. You look, man, I like what I like. That's all. It has to be a hot pink siren, says you need me more. Well, let's see. Hot pink siren. I don't see any. I got Crocs. That's what I have. Hot pink siren light. That is a fleshlight. That is not going to be. Oh, wait. Pink siren flash. Here. Pink flashing emergency light. Those all look like fleshlights. Those all look like sex toys of some measure. I don't know, guys. That's going to be hard to find, but we'll work on it. We'll work on it. All right, let's continue on here. I was going to continue on. You Need Me More with $5 says, quick, name 6 Madonna songs. Like a Virgin, Vogue, Las Isla Bonita, Material Girl, fucking shit cunt. That might actually be one. The one that Born This Way was made after. Fuck. Express Yourself and Music. I just named 6 Madonna songs. Wait. I have a feeling that me naming the 6 Madonna songs was losing. That's not winning. That's a losing thing, isn't it? Shit. Well, guys, the good news is we're at 235. We're 235 away from today's goal. We're $5 away from 230. You Need Me More says, I knew it. Yes, I did. Mommy says, okay, I'm convinced Aaron is gay. Zen Man Build says, La Isla Bonita, not a real place. I got bad news for you. I don't think Kokomo is a real place either. I tried to go. I can get to Key Largo, Montego. I can get to Bermuda and Bahama. I can come on Pretty Mama, but I can't find Kokomo, unfortunately. I would like to get there fast, but then take it slow. It's where I want to go. Way down in Kokomo. But I don't think it's... Redman says Kokomo is in Indiana. Oh, well, that sucks. Kokomo refers to a hit. Is it real? It features various islands like Aruba, Jamaica, and Bermuda. You notice that when you read those, like, you know if that song is terminally in your head, if when you put those countries together, you read them that way. Like normally, if you were speaking normally, you go, oh, yeah, there's Aruba, Jamaica. But like if you see it and that song's in your head all the time, you go Aruba, Jamaica, and then you try not to say, ooh, I want to take you. Veldrain with $1 says, quick, name 5 songs by Duran Duran. Hungry Like the Wolf, Rio, I got 2. I got 2 Duran Duran songs. There's probably more that I would have remembered. Here, you got me on that one. Are you guys trying to do like a You're Not a Man thing because you can name 6 Madonna songs? Madonna has a lot more hits. Hungry Like the Wolf. Oh, Girls on Film. I could have got that one. The Wild Boys. That would have given me 4. I wouldn't have. Notorious. Oh, fuck. And A View to a Kill. Yeah, I should have been able to get... God, Duran Duran had way more songs than I remember. All right. Oh, my God. Satan's Mechanic says, oh, my God, canceled. They're canceling me. They're saying you got to be able to name 5 Duran Duran songs. Or 6 Duran Duran songs. Wait a minute. Duran Duran was before my time. You understand that, right? Like, their career was over before I was fucking born. Mad Move says, you mean Coke and Homo? No, that was my old days. The old days were, come on, Coke and Homo. Oh, all right. I think we can move on. I think everyone's satisfied. 235 away from today, 68 memberships away from 500. Name Chips and Diff says, name 5 Firehouse songs. That's a trick question. There's only 2 Firehouse songs. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I can overlook the Lady Gaga, but how much Bette Midler do you have? I only know the Rose, and I hate Bette Midler. I hate her a lot. I think I hate Bette Midler because when I was a kid, I hated her in Hocus Pocus. I don't think I can get over it, to be quite fair. Mad Move says, Aaron is a good sport. He reads the good deprecation. Give this faggot money. Thank you, Mad Move. I agree. Nobody rolls with the punches better than me, and I think I am entitled to all of the goal because of it, so let's be generous. Thank you, Mad Move. And you know what my secret is for being able to roll with it so well? I don't take any of it serious. Like, none of it matters. It's not serious. Everybody's just having fun. You need me more with a gifted membership. This one going to Dan Vicious. All right. Oh, I didn't count that last one. We're 66 away. And now we're at 230. Hey, it's 230, everybody. Oh, Clippers Unite. Is he upset about today? I think Clippers Unite is upset about today's show. We're at about 600 right now. Hit like, hit subscribe. He's another one of these guys who doesn't know we're on 5 different places. You overplayed your hand as the heel. I don't know. I just got a huge W yesterday. Now a drastic drop in donations will occur. Ironically, you got your wish. Guys, Clippers Unite says a huge drop in donations is about to occur. You guys want to go ahead and give your opinion on that? Clippers Unite he's a very salty girl. Them. I don't know what he identifies as. But he does say a huge drop in donations is going to occur. Let's see if he's right or not. Guys, if you do contribute, make sure you dedicate them to Clippers Unite, who's secretly working for me. This is totally a plant. People are starting to not care about the drama. Enjoy your group of about 200 or so that is left. Uh-oh. Cope. He's coping. He's coping, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, 600 or 700 or so left. I mean, that's fine. You know, essentially where we've always been. So, thank you, Clippers Unite. I love that I am in your head rent-free every single day, and you have to come here to talk to me. Of course, it's not serious. This is YouTube. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Fucking Silver Wolf. Thank you for the $5. Oh, no. Now they're saying retard alert for Clippers Unite. This is not okay, you guys. This is bullying. Now you're bullying this poor man. Definitely do not send in money. Definitely do not send in money. That would be awful. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. He's saying that it's all going to dry up. He's saying it's all going to dry up. I'll say this. I do love his plucky, wishful thinking and trying to speak it into existence. I get that. Speak it, believe it, receive it. I'm sorry that our views are up on 2 out of the 6 platforms. The other ones are pretty much the same, Facebook, Kick, and all that. I'm also, what else do I have to apologize for? Oh, subscribers are up. Watch page ad revenue just on YouTube alone is up. Creator program money is up. I'm really sorry, Clippers Unite. Hey, eventually I'll fuck it up. Don't worry, bud. He hates the fake applause too, so I'm going to keep doing that. Hobo Chili Recipe says, everyone sucks on the internet, including myself. Bingo. Give that, you know what? Give that man our going away present today. Timothy with $2 says, given the pocket mashed potato agate, 2 for the mashed tater emoji. Oh, thank you so much. Guys, but remember, those donations are going to dry up. 2:30 away from today. Do not give us money right now because it's just going to make him mad. And I really don't want to make Clippers Unite mad. By the way, Clippers Unite, me being rent-free in your head, thank you. I appreciate it. It gave me free content today, which is nice. All right, we got Tucker. I love Tucker. I'm going to use the Young Turks coverage of this because I think they did a good job. I apologize to Anna and Cenk. I'm going to skip their parts of this and just go to Tucker's. Tucker was talking yesterday, giving Bibi Netanyahu shit about using Charlie Kirk's murder to further advance his own cause. And he, by the way, he is totally doing this. Bibi is a complete piece of shit, but we already knew that. Here's some of the things Bibi had to say and then Tucker's response.
Assassination. So Netanyahu joined Fox News to discuss his relationship with Kirk, and here's what he had to say.
Say that we're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son actually, and his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us.
Isn't it crazy how this monster, like you can see he's like blinking. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's sitting next to him chopping onions. This motherfucker's trying so hard to cry and he can't because you have to have a soul to be able to cry, and he's soulless.
Was an extraordinary friend.
Okay, so he's talking about his close, cozy, friendly relationship with Charlie Kirk. And then on Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance hosted the Charlie Kirk show and featured a number of guests, including Tucker Carlson.
And the emotion that comes with that, the really intense emotion that all of us feel at his murder, and use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, and I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel, which he expressed to me in private many, many times. Like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever.
That's what Netanyahu has been doing this entire time. Netanyahu is a scummy, manipulative, self-serving war criminal cunt. What I love about Netanyahu is he's such an easy villain because he has zero redeeming qualities. There's no humanity in them. Netanyahu is just a monster bred from monster DNA. Like, he's just an unrepentant piece of shit. And that when Charlie Kirk dies, he can't muster up one fake, even the look of a genuine emotion. It's all phony. But he can't even muster up just a Charlie was a great guy. It has to be, and he loved Israel, and he loved what Israel did, and Israel, and loves us, and he's about us, and we are. If you don't like Israel, you probably don't like Charlie Kirk. Like this emotionally manipulative psyop bullshit that he does. And good for Tucker for calling it out, even though he's not using his name.
Disgusting, actually. Don't do that.
And then there was more of a clip here. Again, I'm sorry for skipping Anna, but they did the best job of getting the clips.
Shocked and sickened by the reaction of the ghoulish and really repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country immediately.
Yes.
Trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And this is what I'm warning you guys about with the government and them censoring people. None of these people are good faith actors. You have to remember, these people are in government because they want to pursue power. Even Trump. They want to pursue power. They want more influence. They want the world and their country to do as they want to do. You should never give people like that power because you're not even giving that person power. You're giving the institution power. It carries over to the next regime. Everybody is trying to use Charlie Kirk's death to further advance their own position, to better their spot, to give themselves more power and influence. That's what all this is about. Now, Netanyahu, he's just doing it brazenly because he doesn't know how not to because he's a soulless worm. But the Trump administration, the FCC guy, Pam Bondi, dude, you got to watch out for that Pam Bondi. She is fucking off the reservation, this chick. I mean, she's talking about how stores that print flyers have to print Charlie Kirk flyers or they can investigate them and punish them. No, you can't. Like, we're the ones who fought against the bakeries having to make the gay cake. You got to keep that energy about you no matter what tragedy happens. Benjamin Netanyahu is going to say that Charlie Kirk Charlie, if you don't want us to murder all the Muslims and Arabs in the Gaza Strip and take it over as part of greater Israel, then you're really dishonoring Charlie Kirk's memory, and we should get you fired from your teaching job.
And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Bibi is despised by many people in Israel, and if you know people who live there, you know that that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. I mean, there are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things.
You understand, if Bibi was a Muslim, we'd probably be pushing for a regime change war? I'm just saying.
That Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently, so it's not the same as attacking.
Dude, we went after Saddam Hussein because he invaded his little neighbor, and he wasn't even killing Kuwaitis. He just wanted the oil. That wasn't even a bloody occupation. He rolled tanks in, they took over the country, and they took over the oil production. And that was such an egregious, terrible, awful humanitarian nightmare that we needed to rally the United Nations. Dude, it was the first time that the United States and the Soviet Union were allies since World War II. It was in the dying days of the Soviet Union, and they helped us in Operation Desert Storm. That's how bad we thought that was. Israel is rolling troops and tanks into Gaza after they've flattened the place and killed almost 100,000 people in the last 2 years, starved more. And we're not only are we not condemning it, we're paying for it.
Israel attacking Bibi, but I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue.
Right. Charlie Kirk had said that he was tired of the war should come to an end. He was not a Bibi Netanyahu guy. And if you believe Harrison Smith at InfoWars, who, by the way, needs to come back for week 3 this week. The Vikings need him. If Harrison Smith from InfoWars said that somebody close to Charlie Kirk told him that Charlie was worried if he came out against Israel, they'd kill him. So there's that. Those are the clips. Thank you to the Young Turks for gathering those. I do appreciate that. We kind of piggybacked off of their work, if I'm being honest. Thank you very much to Thermodyne Diesel for gifting a membership, to Wally World for gifting a membership, to You Need Me More for gifting a membership. Oh, to quote Joey Styles, oh my God, 215 away from today's goal and 63 memberships away from 500. Guys, remember, you're pissing off Clippers Unite when you do that. I don't like it. He said that they're all going to dry up. He said that these donations were going to dry up, so I don't know where these gifted memberships are coming from, but I have a feeling you guys are being smartasses. Cut it out. On a Wall with $1 says, Andrew isn't pulling any punches. Oh, boy. What's Andrew up to? 191 Redbird with $1 says, we just enjoy giving 4 Ron. That's not my name. 3 perfect days, then ripping his chubby heart out by being 90 short at 9.55. Don't do that. Now, if the goal goes down to $95, like in the next 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to be fucking terrified. Let's check out what Andrew's saying. Thank you, On a Wall, for the $1. Again, 215 away from today, just 63 gifted memberships away from 500, which is our all-time record on Rumble. Thank you guys so much. All right, what's... You just sent me a thing to Legal Mindsets YouTube. This is whatever you tried to send me. You need to send me a better link, because all that was a link to Andrew's YouTube, which, subscribe. He's good. So yeah, I mean, look, Tucker, BB. People are like, oh, Tucker's going to get himself killed talking the way he does. That's too obvious. It's too obvious. So Israel's smarter than that. I will say, you can say whatever you want. You can criticize Israel however you want. Absolutely, sure, 100%. But you can't say they're dumb. Marty writing in says, do you believe in Carson Wentz? I'm still trying to find a Vikings fan to admit they do. I believe Carson Wentz is a stable veteran backup. I would rather give Max Brosmer a chance, but I understand how fucking insane that is. I get that. I I think Carson Wentz can be a steady hand. If we're playing a shitty team and our defense is healthy, I think that Carson Wentz can get us a couple of wins here. We need to win these next 3 games because our 4 games coming out of that bye week are fucking awful. I mean, really bad. I haven't seen the first injury report for this week. Oh my God, people I've never heard of are on it. Ryan Kelly did not practice yesterday. He's in concussion protocol. JJ didn't practice. He's out. Jonathan Grenard was, limited. Donovan Jackson, limited. Theo Jackson, limited. Harrison Smith, limited. Andrew Van Ginkel, limited. Darisaw and Okudah, full practice. All right, we're getting healthy. This is good. So we only had 3 guys who didn't practice, one of which is Justin School. That's fine with me. JJ, who we already know is out, and Ryan Kelly, who had a concussion, he might not play. But, dude, getting Darisaw back is the biggest one. Okudah, Van Ginkel, and Smith will be huge to have back. If we can get all those guys back, then I'm going to tell you right now, yes, I do believe that Carson Wentz can get us a win. I do believe that Carson Wentz can get us a win. Conditioner on my D, who went from hater to now he's contributing to the show because he likes it. Thank you, buddy. He says, as an Eagles fan, Carson Wentz was ruined by the Eagles front office and coaching staff and fan base. Oh, dude, you didn't like me and you're an Eagles fan? We don't worry about your taste. There is none. Welcome to the show. We're just fucking with you. I know how sensitive you anti-steel toe people get. He was ruined. I don't think he was ruined by the Eagles front office and coaching staff. I think his knee got ripped out of his body and he didn't recover from the injury very well. Rabbi Smoothie says, where did they go? It's only been 2 games. I got fucking dinged up, man. Well, Harrison Smith had an illness and Christian Darisaw tore his ACL last year. Von Kaiser says Brosmer will get his chance after the first 3 and out. Dude, so Sunday's game is at US Bank Stadium. And I'm telling you right now, if they struggle and we get a Brosmer chant going, I'm going to be so fucking excited. So excited. On a Wall with $1 says the Fire Her latest thumbnail. Okay, let's, I'll check it out. This is Legal Mindset on Pam Bondi. Dude, you can't send me a 20-minute video and ask us to go over it live on the show. It's got to be a shorter clip than that. I can't go over a 20-minute deal without finding the timestamps for me to go over it. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Netanyahu is Palpatine. You ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying. Conditioner on my D says the Vikings are for homos. Don't worry, we're enjoying our Super Bowl wins. See, now I know he's a fan and he likes me, and I like it when people turn and love the toe. Because when you mock me for being a Vikings fan and you hit me for the Super Bowls, that's fucking low, you son of a bitch. That's what sucks when you argue with other NFC North teams. Like, the argument always has an end point. Because you're like, we're the 3rd winningest franchise in all of football. We got the 3rd highest winning percentage in the history of the game since 1960 when we came into the league, all this shit. And then they're like, yeah, well, how many Super Bowls you got? And you're like, God damn it, it's not fair. We should set rules. If you're going to argue with a Vikings fan, you don't get to bring up Super Bowls. And if you're a Packer fan, we don't get to bring up how many rapists you've had on your team. Fair. Conditioner on my D says the knee was the last straw if they had already ruined his psyche. Well, he was the MVP the year he blew out his knee. Tee-hee-hee. Me. Conditioner on my D also says Harrison Smith has AIDS. Dude, shut the fuck up, because Vikings fans have been theorizing what the fuck is wrong with Harrison Smith for a month now. He's been betting that new cheerleader you guys have. Oh, my. Also, if some guy in the chat is a contributor to your show, that shows how shitty your show is. What? No, that shows how good your show is. The fact that you communicate with your audience and you read their feedback. Oh, no. Oh, tell me you don't know how a show works without telling me. 2:15 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and just over 60 memberships away from our all-time record of 500. Frankie McDonald keeps sending me videos, and I don't play them on the show, and part of me feels like I should. You know what? In the next 8 minutes, let's get under $200, and we're going to be okie dokie. Let's do this Kash Patel stuff. Kash Patel was in front of Congress yesterday, and dude, this Thomas Massie is my guy. I love Thomas Massie. He was getting in that ass yesterday. He was asking, Thomas Massie is one of these guys who has these fucking stupid, silly things called principles, which is such a dumb thing to have. He was grilling Kash Patel on the Epstein files because Thomas Massie is working with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Mo Rocca or whatever that Rocca Khan or whatever the fucking guy's name is on getting the Epstein files released and also on getting those girls to come up with a client list. And Thomas Massie grilled the shit. I think the biggest mistake Trump made so far in this second term was like alienating Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie disagreed with him one time. And that was it. Let's go to some of these clips of, let's do the first one. I told you yesterday how dumb and how stupid and how bad I felt because I fell for the Destiny troll. Like Destiny telling people, oh yeah, I got my Twitch taken away. I got banned from Twitch. And it was actually a thing from 2022. And I bit, but then I saw that like a bunch of right-wingers bit and even some left-wingers bit. Destiny made it all the way to Congress yesterday. You know, we talked about his appearance on the Piers Morgan show, which we did a clip of. That one did not hit. The Sam Hyde clip hit. And we got one other clip that hit this week. I'm hoping we get two more that hit. We got a few duds this week, that's for sure. And the Destiny clip was definitely a dud. Here's Congressman Biggs bringing up, this is a first, I think, bringing up Destiny in a hearing.
A few weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, CNN runs widely viewed interview with Destiny describing Charlie Kirk as spawn of Satan.
Without objection.
And let's see here. I think the next one is, gosh, I'm having trouble finding it, sir.
This is great. Let's put boomers on laptops during a hearing. This is fantastic. This makes me feel good, too. This is like watching them be shittier than I am with tech on the spot. Makes me feel really good. This is a good example of why we need term limits and age limits for Congress. Don't give that man a computer. It's like giving an ape a nuke.
I will submit it for the record later. The rest of these.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good call. Why don't you just...
That concludes, Chairman. Gentleman from New York is recognized for what purpose?
Point of information with respect to everything that Mr. Biggs just read.
Is that shit your pants Nadler? That's shit your pants Nadler, isn't it? It's pooping.
So what? It's all free speech.
First Amendment is alive and well in this great country, and thank the good Lord for that.
Is it, though? I don't think it is, because it's been under attack by the left for a long time, and now it's under attack by the right. So I think free speech is going to be the ultimate casualty of all of this infighting between all of us. Free speech will be the thing that dies because of all of this. But Andy Briggs submitting a CNN quote about Charlie Kirk at a House oversight hearing is... like, it's fun to watch the empire collapse in real time in a nihilistic way. You're like, why is Destiny being brought up? First of all, why Destiny being on CNN with his, back then, probably gay fucking blue hair. Destiny being on CNN. And then Destiny being brought up from his appearance on CNN in Congress. The next step down the ladder of an empire falling is Destiny appearing before Congress. And don't rule that out. The next clip we have of the hearing is the Thomas Massie one. This one's my favorite. Thomas Massie grilled Kash Patel over Jeffrey Epstein. And the fact that this was not mainstream media news tells you all you need to know. The fact that this was not something that was reported widely shows that left and right has a very big vested interest in keeping all this Epstein shit under wraps. I think a lot of their over-reporting on the Kirk thing is because they're worried if they stop talking about Charlie Kirk and the division it's causing, we're all going to get together and talk about how we should release all this Epstein shit. But Thomas Massie is one of my favorite guys out there right now. He gave it to Kash Patel. This is also the reason why people think Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are going to be fucking gone from the FBI very soon. It's because nobody liked them on the left to begin with. And the only friends they had were on the MAGA right, who wanted the Epstein files, who wanted all of that shit. And Kash Patel and Dan Bongino can sit here and tell us, well, you know, we got all these child predators and we got all these criminals. Yeah. That's your fucking job. Where's the Epstein list that you guys said was out there, said existed? Some of you had claimed you'd seen it, and now you're saying, poof, never existed. Were you lying then or are you lying now? And don't answer, that's rhetorical. So Massie decides to bust their balls. And remember, Massie is sponsoring legislation to get all these documents released. And he's also working with Marjorie Taylor Greene and some Republicans and the Epstein victims themselves.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, I watched some of your Senate hearing yesterday when Senator Kennedy asked you, you've seen most of the files. Did Epstein traffic these women to besides himself? You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in fucking prison for sex trafficking. Sex trafficking nobody to nobody. Kash, if that's legit, if what you said is true, that there's no credible evidence he trafficked anyone, then you got to let Ghislaine Maxwell out of jail. And you know what's crazy about these psychopaths? Is that they're going to let her out of jail rather than release these files. They are gearing up to release her from prison. So you look at Kash Patel, you call his bluff. You go, if you really believe he didn't traffic anyone, then you will overturn that conviction. You will nullify it. You will give her clemency. You will commute that sentence and you will let her out of jail, or you will release all these Epstein files. These motherfuckers are so scared because their boss is in those files and their families have been threatened and they are compromised by the deep state or part of it, that they will release Ghislaine Maxwell from prison and take those slings and arrows rather than release what they know.
You also said somewhere in the hearing and here today that the problem is that the case files are constrained by limited search warrants from 2006 to 2007 and that the non-prosecution agreement hamstrung future investigations.
Wow, I wish that the guy who was in charge of the government's ability to investigate shit would do something about that. Oh, that's you.
Those constraints only apply to Southern District of Florida. They do not apply to Southern District of New York, the location of the 2019 sex trafficking indictment, which produced many things, including a series of FD 302 documents. According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents...
How about that? These dirty fuckers got these girls to go on record with the FBI to talk about what they had done, including Virginia Giuffre, who I think died for it. You know, not many people call their shot when it comes to their death. But the FBI put these girls on record, which puts them in danger, and then fucking sold them down the river. Just shitty.
Documents in FBI...
It's not shitty, it's evil.
...possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
Rest in
May
peace.
she rest in peace.
Oh.
That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires.
A partridge in a fucking pear tree.
Including a billionaire from Canada.
Really?
We know these people exist in the FBI.
That's a maple syrup CEO, right?
FBI files, the files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are, but the FBI does. Have you launched any investigations into any of these people? And have you seen these 302 documents?
There it is, laid bare. This is what we should be focusing on. This is what we should be talking about. I mean, what do I have to say? Charlie would have wanted it? Would that get people to focus back on the Epstein thing?
Sir, I have asked my FBI agents to review the entirety of the Epstein files.
That's not what he asked. He asked specifically those fucking things, you cunt.
And bring forth any credible information. And we're working with Congress not only to divulge that information and produce it to you, but any investigations that arise from any credible investigation.
It's already been done. These investigations have been done. You just need to give them to us so we can read them and see who these fucking people are. The bankers, the movie star and his wife, a millionaire, the professor and Marianne here on Epstein's Isle. That's what we need to know. Stop with this bullshit. I wish he was better at lying. I wish this worm piece of shit was better at spinning a yarn, because he is just dead in the water. He's on the deck of a boat flopping like a fish. He's off. Put him out of his misery and fire him already. Jesus. This guy's a worm. The FBI agents, they've been in... Oh, I'm sorry. You mean the same FBI that was part of the deep state? That has rot going so deep you can't even see it all by your own admission? You're counting on those people? Well, I've ordered them to... No, Cash. When it's all rotten and corrupt, you have to do it yourself, buddy.
Will be brought. There have been no new materials brought to me launching a new indictment.
So is the loophole here, or is it your assertion that these victims aren't credible, that the 302s maybe didn't produce credible statements that rise to a probable cause?
It's not my assertion, sir. It's the assertion of two different United States attorneys' offices from three separate administrations who investigated those same materials in lifetime.
So a woman says, multiple women say, these people I was sex trafficked to, these are the, and you guys never even looked into it. And now you're saying, well, I mean, three other administrations said that there was nothing there. Oh, I'm sorry, three administrations that may also be fucking compromised? Yeah.
302 documents in the FBI's possession?
They reviewed all that, yes, sir.
And so have you reviewed those 302 documents that where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today.
I said we are not in the practice at the Department of Justice FBI of releasing victims' names. That is.
What if the victims come out and they say, release my fucking name? Here's my name. I'm in those files. Release it. That's what Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're working with those people. They came out already and said their names.
Not what we do. We are also not in the habit of releasing incredible information.
So these women are liars then. All right, well, you heard it here first. The Trump administration thinks all those women are lying. Dude, shut the fuck up. Can we fire this guy so we can just come out and go, my boss is in the files. That's why we're not releasing them. By the way, Elon sure went quiet after he said Trump is in the Epstein files. That's why they're not coming out. I believe him.
That's not what we do. But multiple authorities have looked at the entirety of what we have.
Okay, I got to move on here. Were you present when the AG had the White House event when she released the binders to the social media influencers?
I was, yes.
That was fucking embarrassing, by the way. Like where this whole Epstein thing has gone, that was embarrassing.
So if you're willing to meet with social media influencers who stood to benefit from the sensational and sad stories of these victims, will you meet with the victims as well?
The FBI will meet with anyone who has new information.
Will you personally meet with them?
The FBI and the professionals who are handling the cases will.
Were you instructed that it was important to release the documents to the Oversight Committee on the day of my introduction of the discharge petition to release these files?
I don't know what day that was, so no.
Well, they were released that day, and there were victims' names who weren't redacted because they were in such a rush, and the victims are not happy about that.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit two sets of documents. The first is a series of emails from the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They are making FOIA requests to get their own FBI files and not having any success. So I want to bring attention to that by submitting.
So they have freedom of information requests to get their own testimony to the FBI, and the FBI is not letting them. Dude, you don't need to be a conspiracy theorist. You just don't. Like, you don't need to be a conspiracy theorist to know that this is all a bunch of goddamn hogwash and horseshit. Oh, God. It's not. I know. I'm not even. I scrolled through the chat and I saw a couple of them. Aaron, why are you doing this to yourself? You've said it before. You'll say it again. Nothing's going to happen. I know. But like, for Thomas Massie and for Marjorie Taylor Greene and for all these victims, I want something to happen for them. Lander says currently the Epstein estate has paid out over 135 victims over $100 million. But remember, Kash Patel said there's no credible trafficking. None. Zero. Chips and Diff says shredders go, yeah. Fire them up, baby. Fire them up. 2:15 away from today's goal. So we are officially, for the first time today, we are behind on that goal. It is a little past 8:30 and we're at 2:15. If you'd like to chip in a little bit, boy, I sure do appreciate that. I love that you guys hit this goal so we can do this funky little show for you every day. That is the life's blood. The goal is life. The life is the goal. Go ahead and throw in some Streamlabs, some PayPal, and some Venmo. Those have been, the Venmo has been dry this week as we've hit every goal we've had. But any way you contribute is wonderful. All of the links are in the chat. Click on one of them, send some cash, send some money, or click on Rumble or YouTube, throw in some super chats or some Rumble rants. I got two more short clips here on Kash Patel. One of them is how fucking star-spangled awesome Kash Patel is. Here's Jim Jordan, the guy who probably helped cover up questionable activity at Ohio State University. Here's him. Hey, look, Jim Jordan and Kash Patel, two guys who are familiar with sex abuse cover-ups. Yay! It's two sex abuse cover-up guys. Let's listen to them jack each other off and then tell people it never happened.
Yes or no, is the FBI still spying on parents at school board meetings?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Catholics?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still spying on President Trump?
I don't believe so.
Is the FBI still censoring Americans?
No, sir.
Yeah,
it is. The Epstein victims. The Epstein victims have released FOIA requests for their own records, and you ain't giving them to them. Yes, you are. By the way, is it me, or does Kash Patel kind of look like Gino Bisconti? It's just, I can't get it out of my head.
The FBI is still targeting Americans for shopping at Cabela's or purchasing Bibles?
Nobody is targeted for their faith.
I'm telling you this right now. This is a trade of my freedom I'm willing to make. You can track every Cabela's purchase, and the kids and I do go to Cabela's sometimes. Some of you are going to find that hard to believe, and I understand. You can track every single Cabela's purchase I make for the rest of my life if you release the Epstein files. Deal?
The FBI is still targeting Americans who are pro-life.
Nobody's targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
The crime data is real.
Is the FBI still...
Hey, Jim, could you get your cheeks sucked in a little more? I don't think you're getting enough suction on Kash's cock. Could you do the grab and twist motion, Jim, while you're there? Because I think Kash would really like that. We get it. He's not doing the things Biden did. Is the FBI still covering for Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, shit. I wasn't supposed to ask that one.
Urging agents for conservative viewpoints?
No one at the FBI has asked their viewpoints on politics.
Is the FBI still labeling the Betsy Ross flag, the flag of the American Revolution, a hate symbol?
No.
Well, maybe...
Right. We don't hold the Betsy Ross flag in high regard because as far as we're concerned, that revolution got its head blown off in Dealey Plaza in 1963 by the Jewish government.
That's why you've been able to... What was the number? 23,000 bad guys you've arrested? A huge increase from the same...
Oh, my God. Bad guys? Did you get rapscallions and evildoers as well? Holy shit. How about billionaire Jewish Mossad agents who blackmail our leaders and billionaires with underage prostitutes? Did you do that one yet? You know what? It sounds like you're busy. That's my bad.
Time period in the previous administration, I think you said 1,400 predators, 4,000 children rescued. Were those the facts?
4,700, 35% increase on children rescued.
Yeah. And you got the guy that Abbey Gate.
We got the Abbey Gate guy.
We had a guy from the 4th District of Ohio who lost his life there serving our country. We appreciate that.
Wow.
Maybe when you're not focused on
Jim, he already came. Stop sucking, bro.
politics, you can actually do what the FBI is supposed to do. Go get the bad guys, right?
That's what the men and women of the FBI do.
Keep letting him drag you down, Donnie. Keep letting him drag you down. Keep letting him fuck you over. Rabbi Smoothie says he is putting out the scallywags and the hooligans. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that they're putting away scallywags. They're putting away hooligans. Tilt says they deported the Epstein list. Oh, no, they deported it. It was caught up in the dragnet, unfortunately. I'm done with Kash Patel clips. To quote Joe Pesci, in My Cousin Vinny, I got no use for this guy. All right, somebody emailed me and said that we have a donation at the front door. I'll say this right now. If it's a severed head, I'm going to be very upset. Guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Gifted membership. 63 memberships away from our all-time goal of 500. $215 away from today's goal. Contribute. Help us out. Let's see if we can get a win. I'm going to go gather this donation, apparently, that's at my front door. If you hear, I'm going to leave the mic on. If you hear a loud bang, I was killed. Here we go. It was a bomb, but it only got my foot, and I think I'm fine. We got $5 from David coming in. Thank you very much, David. Let's see what he had to say. Epstein seems to be highly partisan. You have that judge that won't release the info. Have Congress tell him to release it, or he will be impeached. They have the votes. I think it's very bipartisan. To be honest with you, I think it's bipartisan, all the Epstein shit. Everybody, the majority don't want it released. People are asking, was it a box of mashed potatoes? No, I don't know what it is so far. I'm going to open it on air here in just a second. Guys, 210 away from today's goal. Do me a favor. Let's go on a little bit of a rally here. Let's make this look good. It's just today's goal, and it's been a perfect week of morning shows. Thank you for that. And thank you, David, for the $5. So somebody sent me a bag of Starbucks. It's from Jake. Jake sent us something from Starbucks. It's, I'm not a coffee guy, so I don't know. What the fuck is this? Oh, so this was the person that sent me a thing that said, "You are such a basic white bitch. I got you a present. Basic white bitches love presents." Okay, this is funny. He got me a grande iced pumpkin spice latte. That's, I don't want to put his name in there. I got a pumpkin, get it? Because I'm a basic white girl. Pumpkin spice is back at Starbucks. He's probably spent $45 on that. Thank you very much. They got fucking goofy straws at Starbucks. What the hell? It's all wet and soggy. Just like I like it. honest to God, I've never tried one of these. I'll give it a shot here. Oh, look, it's got a little cover on it, too, to prove it's not poisoned with cyanide. That's nice. There we go. I've never tried a pumpkin spice latte in my life before. So, I hate coffee. I hate everything to do with coffee. I think it's fucking dog shit and terrible. $2 from Sergeant Hulka said, I said bipartisan. You read it wrong. Sorry, Sergeant Hulka. He said they have bipartisan support for it. My bad. 2:10 away from today. Let's go. Let's get it knocked out. They are delicious, but they're fattening as hell. Oh. Can we get you know what? We need some music for this. Can we get what's some good white girl music? I know what to play while we drink our pumpkin spice latte. Here you go. Here you go, guys. Let's real quick. Oh God! Oh, I can smell coffee. Oh, it's just the overwhelming. Ugh. I just can't do that bean juice flavor. I love this song though. Being an adult means admitting that Florida Georgia Line made some catchy bangers. I'm sorry. Even though the guy that's not Tyler Hubbard is a fucking douchebag. And by the way, if you hate Jason Aldean, you can hate the guy on the right from Florida Georgia Line. He's the guy who wrote all of his big hit songs. Him and Brantley Gilbert wrote Jason Aldean's big hits. Singing Marshall Tucker in the sweetheart of summer. She hopped right up into the cab of my truck and said, fire it up, let's go get this thing started. All right. Well, I had to have something to drink a pumpkin spice latte to, right? It's only fair. Joey Caravello with $2 says, what happened to Matt? He has a life. He has a job. He can't do morning shows, my man. Very, very simple. All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's do it. Satan's Mechanic says, oh my God, canceled. I'm impervious to cancellation, my man. Impervious. Let's see if we can hit $100 by 9:30. I'm a little worried that it ain't happening today, but we will see. We will see. No offense, Conditioner. I'm way funnier than that show. I mean, that show is, you talk about meandering. Oh my God. There's a reason we have way more viewers than that show. All right, off we go. We got a bunch more stuff to talk about. And none of this, we're leaving Washington, D.C. We're getting away from all that stuff. We're getting away from the Charlie Kirk stuff and all of those things and free speech and Jimmy Kimmel. Joey Caravello says Matt's got a life. Code for he's got a crippling meth addiction. He doesn't. Matt does not do. Matt's a sober guy. Matt is a 100% sober fellow. So we've had quite a week here in Minnesota. It's kind of quiet because, there's one story dominating the news right now. But we'd have some gangster shootings. We've had some gun crime down in Minneapolis. We've had the city of Minneapolis is suing some business because they want homeless encampments on their property for some fucking reason because he's a Somali guy and they don't give a shit if everything looks like piss because they came from a country that was just piss and shit. So they don't really care if on their property a bunch of homeless people have an encampment. City of Minneapolis has said it's a fucking election year. People hate these homeless encampments, but we're too liberal to really say anything about it. So would you please get them out of here? And the Somali went, oh, no. So now they're suing to make him clear out the homeless encampment. Or they could do a false flag to make him do it. Now, I'm not saying this story is a false flag. Certainly homeless people are capable of being murderous animals. That's not the part that we're concerned about. But there were 2 shootings at Minneapolis homeless encampments, and 13 people were wounded. I don't know what needs to happen to these large cities for them to just go fucking enough and just start bulldozing these homeless encampments, making it illegal and destroying. Because you can. I mean, we went a long time in all these cities without these homeless encampments. It's possible to just roust them out. It's an unwillingness to do so by the government, and it's for 2 reasons. There's 2 possibilities. One, gross incompetence. These people just don't know how to run a city, which is possible. Or 2, and I think more likely, because these people have to have basic capabilities to get to this point, I would believe. Number 2, it is intentional, and it's in pursuit of a political agenda. And that political agenda is moving further and further to the left, further towards socialism, further towards more government control of the means of production. They're making their cities so uninhabitable and so shitty that the people beg them to do something about it. It's like Trump with the National Guard. These cities, these liberal politicians in Chicago have done such a shitty job with crime, and they thought that they just had a monopoly on power that they were like, well, we don't really have to fix the problem. What are they going to do? Vote for Republicans? It's gotten so bad that these people in these cities are now going to ask Trump to bring the National Guard in. So it kind of backfired on him. So in Minneapolis, you have 13 people wounded, 5 of them critically, in 2 shootings that erupted over a span of 12 hours at homeless encampments in Minneapolis. It's not about hating the homeless. It's not about, although I am fucking fed up with them, get them off the street. But it's not about being anti-homeless. This isn't an anti-homeless thing. It's now legitimately a danger to the public. I mean, kids walk to school past homeless encampments in some of these places. We can't be having these dangerous, like even before the shootings, it's drug-addled, there's rape, there's robbery, there's schizophrenic, mentally ill, drug-addicted homeless people with nothing to lose engaging in erratic behavior. We can't have people walking to work and school in that environment. It's not safe, and the government's job is to do something about this, and they're not. Now people are getting shot, and this was all completely avoidable. So Mayor Fry, please wow us with your leadership skills.
A number of people got shot at a homeless encampment just off of Lake Street earlier this evening. This is tragic. It is horrible. It's unacceptable. And sadly, it's not surprising. These homeless encampments are not safe, either for the people that are in them, nor are they safe for the surrounding neighborhood. With this particular one, we've been saying this for months.
Yeah, well, you know what? We've been saying it for years. You know, when you were letting this all happen, we were telling you this was bad. We were telling you this was dangerous. We were telling you this gets worse. It doesn't get better. And by the way, I'm not sitting here going, oh, we told you so. Because any retard could have looked at the situation and saw that's what was up. But you encouraged it. You were like, well, we're not going to dehumanize our homeless. We're not going to treat the homeless bad. We're going to be tolerant. I'm tired of being right about shit, but I have to be called intolerant and hateful for 3 years before the left catches up, and then all of a sudden it's okay to think that again. And then you go to them and go, what about all the times you called us hateful and awful? Oh, well, we didn't believe it then, so we're not taking that back. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. We just tried to give you the blueprint back when it was manageable. Now they're shooting each other, and now you don't know what the fuck to do. So this guy's sitting here going, oh, yeah, these homeless encampments are not safe. He talks like Cody Rhodes a little bit. These homeless encampments are not safe. Well, boy, I sure wish we could talk to the guy who might be in charge who could do something about it.
We have been met.
And then you're like, well, let's steamroll them. Well, what if a homeless person is sleeping in the tent? You might kill a homeless person. You don't think that these people are dying already? Look, I want to make a non-homeless city omelet. I'm okay with cracking a few eggs.
With resistance when trying to close this particular encampment, we've been trying to do everything possible to get people into shelter, into permanent housing, to make sure that they've got wraparound services, care.
How about jail, vagrancy, loitering, trespassing? Any number of things you can lock them up for. It is not our fucking job to take care of these people. They are grown-ups. We're trying to get them into shelters. Don't put them into shelters, because shelters are for homeless people who want to get out of this cycle of poverty and want to try to better themselves and their family. I don't want a bunch of fucking junkies loading up the shelters. And by the way, those homeless people don't want to go to shelters because you have to be sober to be there, and they don't want to be sober. All right? Fuck these people. They made their choice. As Billy Bob said, they chose the shortcut, which is often the longest route. We're trying to get them into housing. Not our fucking job. If they are a nuisance to the public and they are dangerous, what do we do to nuisances to the public who are dangerous? We lock them the fuck up.
Addiction treatment, you name it. And here's the truth. We have tried. We have entered and are entering litigation for a public health nuisance. And at the same time, this is a whole lot worse than a nuisance. This is an open danger.
This is what a non-leader looks like. This is literally the guy in charge bitching and pissing and moaning about the problem while doing nothing to fix. But I tried. I asked them nicely. I said, will you please go into that housing? You just have to stop smoking crack and doing fentanyl. I don't want to do that. The dragon said I have to. Thanks, Reagan.
The neighborhood deserves better. We will be clearing this encampment immediately after the crime scene has been investigated and taken care of.
That's great. So that would mean that you probably could have cleared this homeless encampment at any point in time. But you waited until a shitload of people got shot before you did it. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is leadership in Minnesota. This is leadership, especially in Minneapolis. This is what we deal with on a regular basis. You know, SP was looking at some TikToks yesterday. And as SP was watching these TikToks, there was one about the Vikings male cheerleaders. And the Vikings male cheerleader guy, he apparently has people who film him when he's on the sidelines. So the security there now has people who go stand in front of the male cheerleaders when they see someone start filming them. And one of the comments on one of these TikToks was, wow, Minnesota really is as shitty as all you people say it is. And that really sucked to read, because basically what it was I was watching and I'm like, this is what people outside of Minnesota think of my state. They think it's just a Somali, gay, crime-infested shithole. And it's just, it sucks to actually, like when you have a certain opinion about where you live, it's one thing. But then when you see the rest of the country looks at your state and they don't think, oh, 10,000 lakes, cabins, outdoors, you know, shit like that. They go, oh, fucking gay cheerleaders, Somalis, and homeless people. Basically, they think little California. They think little San Francisco when they think us. It's just, ugh. It's a tough pill to swallow. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, a man as fat and gay as you has at least drink his massive body weight in pumpkin spice every fall. Also, I fucking sent you gas station pies and still no hammer on Kick. I'm sorry, I neglect Kick so badly. I apologize, Professor Tie-Dye. I thanked you for the pies, by the way. And I loved them. And the kids loved them. The kids liked the pies. I've never had a pumpkin spice latte. I don't like pumpkin spice, and I don't like that that's the rumor, quite frankly. $1 from Redbird says it's almost enough to make you think some of his culture is doing this intentionally. Yeah, I agree. I do think this is politically intentional. Tilt says, put them on Spawn Ranch. Let's see what happens. On a Wall, gifting a membership. Thank you very much. That puts us 62 away from today, or away from 500 on there. 500 memberships on Rumble. Then we have, we already did that. Oh, my Rumble chat repeated on me. On a Wall with another gifted membership, I think. 190. Hey, you guys are in the 100s. Thank you. 61 gifted memberships away from 500. Do me a favor, guys. In the next half hour, let's go on a $100 rally and let's get this thing down to 100 by 9:30. It's the last morning show goal of the week. We're 195 away from perfection once again, and we are 61 memberships away from 500, our all-time record on Rumble. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can get there. I appreciate you being here. Over 500 of you checking out the toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate you. Let's go to our next little clip we got. We got Hassan Piker was being interviewed on the news in Australia. And, you know, it's hard for me to feel anything but glee when I see Hassan Piker getting his balls busted. However, Hassan Piker tried to do a thing after Charlie Kirk got killed. Hassan tried to do a thing where he went, oh my God, this is terrible. Oh my God, this is awful. And it actually ended up being like afterwards, he kind of dropped all the, oh my God, this is terrible. Oh my God, this is awful. Oh my God, this is, you know, what is this country doing? To now he's just back to the usual Hassan bullshit. So on ABC News in Australia, they were asking Hassan Piker about his political rhetoric, because there is no denying Hassan Piker has been one of these guys who every time someone has a right of center opinion, they're a fascist, they're a Nazi. And I will admit, there is absolutely a connection. If you keep telling people to bash the fash and Nazis should be killed, the only not good Nazi is a dead Nazi. But then on the flip side of that, you also fill these people's head with anybody who has an opinion right of center is a fascist and a Nazi. I mean, Jesus Christ, guys, it's not trigonometry. It's not algebra. It's 2 + 2 = 4. Keep pumping these dipshit 20-year-olds' heads full of crazy shit and then tell them that these people that disagree with them are the crazy shit. They will stop seeing them as their countrymen that disagree with them, and they will start seeing them as the enemy. And some people who miss their pills might take action. So this is ABC News in Australia holding Hassan Piker's feet to the fire. Let's check it out. In the meantime, how about some big drops? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're 195 away from today's goal. We are so close to perfection once again. Please and thank you.
About your own rhetoric, I noticed that Elon Musk has been posting about you.
Yes.
And I don't know the context of these particular statements, but here's a quote from you about landlords who don't want to rent out their properties. You said, kill them, murder them, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood.
Yeah, but how'd you mean it? There was no place for that before the Charlie Kirk. Like, this is not a new thing. I thought we were all kind of playing by these rules. Like, we don't say to regular people, like, oh, let's let the streets run red with your blood. Like, you can say that for, you know, dictators who kill their own people. You can say that for leaders who lead foreign wars of aggression. Like, that's fine. But landlords who won't rent their property? Like, by the way, landlords who won't rent their property, that's just costing them money. And you're going to shit on them for that? Kill them, let the streets run red with their blood. Like, first of all, bitch, you ain't going to do nothing from that mansion. So quit talking like Che Guevara, all right? Che Guevara hated blacks and gays, and he proved it by murdering them like an asshole. You are a piece of shit too, just like Che Guevara was, but you won't do shit. You won't leave your house.
Doesn't that make you part of the problem with violent discourse?
You know what? I'm going to make a prediction here. I bet you in his answer, I bet you Hassan Piker reflects for a moment, thinks about it, and goes, you know, I can see how you would come to that conclusion, and that is a problematic statement. And given what's been happening in our country, and in the sake of turning down the temperature, I'm going to avoid and refrain from using language like that in the future. It's hyperbolic, and if the wrong person hears it, they could get the wrong idea, and I would hate for someone to take another person's life in my name. I bet you that's the responsible answer that Hassan Piker gives.
This was in a conversation that I was having with a landlord friend of mine, and it's of course hyperbolic, and it's not meant to be sincere. This is not sincere advocacy. It's not a real policy that I would ever advocate for, and that's precisely.
Yeah, you fucking idiots. I said we should kill them and the streets should run red with their blood, but you know I didn't mean it. All right, so I'm guessing the self-reflecting thing and all that, that's not going to happen. Okay. You know what's tragic about people who cannot back down? Is I can tell you this right now. When you go public and you admit what your faults were in the past and you grow and you move from them and you can joke about them and all that, people love that shit. Like, people do forgive you. People do come back. People do. They go, wow, I really respect this guy and his opinions because I know if he says some wild shit, they'll also start giving you grace. They'll be like, he says wild shit. We'll give him a day or two to chill and he'll probably walk that back. But if every time someone confronts you, you just go, no, you're dumb. You don't understand when I said we should kill all those people.
I see the reason why when Republicans were desperately looking for any sort of incisive language that they could present, they went back to a very obvious instance of LARPing, an insincere statement that is obviously hyperbolic from.
See that, guys? When he said kill all landlords and let the streets run red with their blood, it's actually your guys' fault for taking him at his word. I actually, you know what? I like that defense from Hassan Piker. He should run with that every time. He should go, hey, wait a minute. Technically, this is your guys' fault for taking me seriously. You should know by now I'm completely full of shit and all my takes are fucking stupid. So therefore, it is kind of your guys' fault for giving what I said any kind of credence. I would buy that.
I believe 2018.
My question stands nonetheless. Doesn't that kind of language contribute?
I mean, Hitler said Achtung Juden back in the 30s. I mean, I think enough time has passed, you know.
To the atmosphere of violent, even lethal violence in the United States.
I don't believe that my insincere statements that don't reflect on any of my beliefs whatsoever in 2019 has led to any sort of real world violence whatsoever.
That's what I love about Hassan Piker, ladies and gentlemen. He's like the red dragon. He breaks all the mirrors in his house so he doesn't have to reflect. I love that. I think it's great. You know, because there's a lot of people like his Uncle Cenk who are going out and reflecting and they're going, maybe I should tone it down a little bit. You know, this is really sad and really tragic. You know, in the age of those pussies, Hassan Piker is hanging in there and he's saying, no, I'm going to continue to say retarded wild shit. And it's your guys' fault if you take it the wrong way. That, you know, we needed a face of maturity in this country. Thank God we have Hassan Piker to be that voice for the rest of America. $2 from Joey Caravello. He says, Aaron, would you ever have a stripper on the show shaking her ass around? No, it's hack. It's 90s shit, my man. Sorry. $1 from 191 Redbird. Says, guarantee one of his millions of fans are deranged enough to follow through. I would bet a month's pay that the shooter from last week watched Hassan and Destiny religiously. Could have. I don't think that's an unsafe bet. Probably did. Sam Show says, we're all going to sit here and watch some gay F word and pay him to complain about it 10 years from now. Send it back in better form, and then we'll know what you were talking about. 195 away from today. It's not looking great. But then again, it's not looked great before. And we've pulled it out of the fire. So I'm still happy. I still think you guys are doing a great job. But here's what I say. Let's play a little hero ball. Let's get that goal down a little bit. Let's enjoy ourselves the rest of the program. You guys, the last 2 weeks, the morning audience has been ridiculously good. So I'm not really getting on you today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's everybody start chipping in. And start knocking down that 195. We're also 61 gifted memberships away from 500. Satan's Mechanic says $20, says The View is canceled next. I don't know. I don't know if The View is canceled next. That's legacy. I think they'll keep that shit on. Plus, they took the right note after Charlie Kirk. Oh, this is sad. Oh, it's terrible. Blah, blah, blah. If you say what appeases the powers that be, you'll keep your job. If you don't say what the powers that be want you to say, they will get rid of you. I just wanted conservatives to hear that. That's the world you're endorsing. That's where we're at now. It's not about Charlie Kirk. It's about the next person and the person after that. They're gonna do it to you. They always do. Email coming in or text message coming in to the email. Quit calling those Vikings male cheerleaders. Their pronouns are queer leaders. Queer leaders. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, come to the bar with me before the Eagles game in a month. I know this doesn't make me the most fun guy in the world. Then I'd be a mushroom. But if I'm not going to the game personally, I like to stay home, watch the game, relax, take it easy. It's Sunday. It's the Lord's day of rest. So I don't really like to go out to the bars and because I got to work early in the morning and I sound like a fucking poser. God damn it. Why did you have to ask me that question so that I could come off like a total fucking pussy? We're happy now. Hey, you guys want the biggest piece of shit in America story today? Wait till you get a load of this cunt.
11 Lee County deputies say a man tried to run from a crash with his 3 kids.
Deputies say Larry Rada Jr. went to a stranger's home along Linda Loma Drive in South Fort Myers and threw 3 kids over a fence.
So the guy got in an accident. Now, this doesn't look like the first time this man's been arrested. But a guy got into a car accident and he did the very responsible father of 3 thing to do. He fled from the scene of the crash. Okay, all right. Now some would say that was mistake number 1. Everything's debatable. And then while running from that scene of the crash, he had his 3 children in tow, and I'm sure was yelling at them, "You guys got to go faster! Come on, hurry up, hurry up!" Cops are hot on his heels, so he just picks the kids up one at a time and chucks them over the fence. God. All right, so we got a few mistakes so far. We got the car accident, we got fleeing the scene, and we have chucking children over a fence. Anything else he fucked up on?
Gulf Coast News reporter Madison Adams has more on how the kids are doing tonight.
Mrs. Adams.
Rada Jr. lost control right here on Linda Loma Drive and crashed into this ditch.
Oh, so he didn't hit anybody else, thank goodness.
Inside his car were precious cargo, 3 young
ounces of crack.
children. Deputies say Larry Rada Jr. ran to a stranger's house in South Fort Myers after crashing Saturday afternoon and threw the 3 young children over this nearly 6-foot-tall fence.
Oh, fuck. He threw it over like a big-ass privacy fence. This wasn't like, oh, he threw him over a little picket fence. It's a little 1.5 2 foot drop. No big deal. Nope, he chucked him over a big-ass gate.
He then jumped the fence himself to hide.
It's kind of insane that anybody can even do that and, wake up the next day.
They were taken to the hospital, checked out, and then released.
It's really just the lack of respect and care for not only the road safety, but the other people around him and his children who were devastated by this.
What this guy's trying to say is, I believe if I'm translating here, kind of a dick move. This guy, I think what the eyewitness is trying to say, this guy's kind of an asshole.
Rada Jr. was arrested on 3 child neglect charges.
Child neglect? He brought him with him. He made sure they got over the fence. I wish he would have neglected them. I wish he would have left them in the car as he ran away. The children would have been better off instead of being used as his crash pads. By the way, when do we get to the part of the story where this is not the first time he's been arrested?
Investigators will not say what his relationship is to the kids.
It's crazy. I can't believe it. I feel bad for the parents, obviously. Mostly the mom, of course. I can't believe the kids had to be put in a situation like that.
This is Kyle Chandler meets Shane Gillis.
Obviously, he deserves whatever's coming to him.
Minutes before.
Okay, wait a minute. He deserves whatever's coming to him. What if it's gang raping? Does he deserve? Because I think that's probably that's an extreme punishment.
Before the crash, a Lee County deputy caught Rada Jr. driving recklessly down San Carlos Boulevard, heading away from Fort Myers Beach. When the deputy tried to stop him, he says Rada Jr. whipped his car in a 360 around the patrol car.
Did you just say a 30-60? Go back. I got to hear that again. So they had a nice beach day. He's speeding. Dude definitely had drugs on him. He's speeding. The cops pull him over. Shit.
PD tried to stop him. He says Rada Jr. whipped his car in a 360.
A 30-60. You guys ever that is, how the fuck was he even able to drive after doing a 30-60? You would be so dizzy. I would imagine your tires would fall off if you did a 30-60. I didn't even know you could do a 30-60 in an automobile.
Him. He says Rada Jr. whipped his car in a 360 around the patrol car and sped off. The
a 30-60.
deputy did not chase for fear of putting other drivers in danger. Reporting
Good call.
in South Fort Myers, Madison Adams, Gulf Coast News.
Yeah, look, I've been pulled over with my kids in the car. You pull your car over nice. You say, "What's the problem, officer?" He says, "Do you know how fast you were going?" And then you just say, "Suck my fucking dick and give me the ticket." And then they give you a ticket and you go, "Dad, don't say those words." Sorry, my bad. You pull over, they got you. What are you going to do? But the most impressive part of this story, in my humble opinion, is the guy pulling off the vaunted 30-60. There is nobody out there I've ever heard of who's pulled off the 30-60 ever before in the history of transit. So congratulations to him. He was able to pull off the great 30-60. All right, let's go on to the next one. 195 away from today's goal. It's not going anywhere. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'll do this Megyn Kelly clip, and then you and I can. I'll check back in with you in a little bit. This is our last goal of the week for the morning show. Hopefully we can hit it. We can have ourselves another perfect week for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, I like it when Dave Portnoy is catching shit from people. Because, the thing about Dave Portnoy is he handles it so well. Dave Portnoy does such a good job of handling criticism and controversy. He never crashes out about it. He never obsesses about it long after everyone's done talking about it. He takes it in stride. So Dave Portnoy is being brutally mocked, including by the other Barstool hosts, for his bizarre defense of the Jimmy Kimmel suspension. Now, this is interesting because Dave Portnoy, they've attempted to cancel him for controversial shit that he said. He said controversial shit about like underage kids and like dicks and sex and shit. Like he said some pretty wild shit, and people have tried to cancel him, and he's been super anti-cancel culture. Well, he decided to defend ABC's canceling of Jimmy Kimmel, saying it's not cancel culture and I'm not being a hypocrite. Now, I'm on the other side of Dave Portnoy with this. I do think that, look, ABC has the right to do it. ABC's affiliates have the right. But if they did it because they were worried the FCC was going to take their license, then that's government bullying. That's censorship. I don't like that. But they have a right to do it. I just don't believe that people should be fired from their jobs for having shitty takes that are incorrect. I really don't think they should be fired for their jobs. And I don't think that if Jimmy Kimmel was Greg Gutfeld, he'd be treated the same way. If the shoes were all on the other foot, I don't think the right would go after Greg Gutfeld as hard as they're going after Jimmy Kimmel. And if you can admit that, I respect your opinion. I understand it 100%. But if you can't give me that, I don't think we're discussing this honestly. I don't. Maybe we are, but I don't believe we are. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact, and this is Jimmy Kimmel's fault too. A lot of this has to do with the fact that Jimmy Kimmel has been a fucking asshole and a prick to conservatives. He's been a hypocrite on a lot of the shit he used to, engage in, he used to indulge, and he used to support. And he's been really, really anti a lot of the things that he's been for in the past. So here's Dave Portnoy on the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Dave Portnoy wrote on Twitter, let's put this up on the screen for everybody. With Jimmy getting canned, I'm seeing lots of people talking about the hypocrisy of cancel culture. To me, cancel culture is when people go out of their way to dig up old tweets, videos, etc., looking for dirt on somebody they don't like in an effort to get them fired. Okay, so for Dave Portnoy, there's like a time limit. So if you go back a day, it's fine. But if you go back a year, that's not cool. Like if Kimmel got canceled for shit he did on The Man Show, that would be cancel culture. But when a person says something that a ton of people find offensive, rude, or dumb in real time, and then that person is punished for it, that's not cancel culture. That is consequences of your actions. All right, here's the only thing that worries me about that. I hear lefties use that same justification when people on the right lose their job for shit they said. That's the only thing. Try to understand. That's my position on all this. I just worry that this is the left and the right coming together to agree that the new rules are it's okay to get your guy fired if he says some shit we don't like and we can get him fired. That's a worry that I have. So then even the people at Barstool, including Brian McNagel, a.k.a. the Rear Admiral, this is one of his own writers, writes, will you also bend the knee when this shit eventually happens to Barstool? I think that's a great take. I think that is a completely fair point to make. That, hey, man, when this shit happens to Barstool, is this going to be what you do? Then Kirk Minahan, who's also a Barstool podcaster, just responded to Dave Portnoy's tweet with, nope. Tommy Vietor says the issue here is that the Trump administration used the power of the government to punish Kimmel, a political enemy. The chairman of the FCC specifically threatened Disney and ABC's affiliate stations. Bingo, Tommy. And that's the part that worries me, is that the government put their thumb on the scale. Dr. Jane Claire Jones said cancel culture is just being a nasty bullying snitch on social media. When the government uses the instruments of the state to stop people saying things they don't like on TV, it's fine. See, guys, that's all I'm saying. I'm not threatening your existence. I'm not, calling you out. I'm just saying, can you please at least understand that it is not a good precedent for the government to start getting involved in these matters. That scares the living shit out of me, and I hope you can understand that. Mike Nellis says if ABC, as Kimmel's employer, had an issue with what he said, that's one thing. Totally agree with that. I also don't like large amounts of people writing letters, sending emails, and sending tweets to pressure a company to fire someone. I don't like that. I think that's cancel culture too. I've always been firm in my position. I've always been dug in. If you don't like it, don't watch it. But Trump and the FCC threatened to revoke their license if they didn't suspend him. That's what I'm upset about. It's an abuse of power, and if it happened to a conservative voice, they'd be screaming, bingo, Mike Nellis. Absolutely. And then Representative Eric Swalwell goes, he's a fucking comedian. See, I don't respect Swalwell's take, and the reason I don't respect the take of a guy like Swalwell is because if the shoe was on the other foot, I know that he would not defend a conservative. So fuck him. I get so encouraged when people take the same tact on one thing that they do on the other. I think that kind of consistency is really impressive. All right, 195 away from today's goal. Still nothing coming in. We'll just jump to the next thing. That's all right. I'll come back and visit you guys in a little bit. Hopefully we can knock this down a little bit. We got about an hour to go. We've made about, what have we made? About $95 today. Whew, Thank you, Timothy, for the $1. I appreciate it. All right, let's not cry about it. Let's not whine. It's been a really, really good show today. Peaked out in about the 600s. I appreciate that. I hope you're hitting like. I hope you're hitting subscribe. I hope you're hitting follow. I hope we can knock this out. I appreciate it. Megyn Kelly is backing up Candace Owens in the war over Charlie Kirk's views on Israel. Megyn Kelly coming out in defense of Candace Owens is actually kind of ballsy, because even people on the right, like even guys like Nick Fuentes, are a little skittish to defend what Candace Owens has been saying about Bill Ackman, Seth Dillon, Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, she went on her show and she said, make no mistake, they took Charlie up to the Hamptons. They offered him, some people are saying $135 million. That they offered to fund the shit out of Turning Point USA, and just to, hey, Charlie, you're getting a little critical of Israel. We want you to fucking chill. Apparently, Benjamin Netanyahu called into this. Now, Bill Ackman called it a streamers convention. Candace Owens is saying her sources said it was an intervention for Charlie Kirk from a bunch of Jews. Whoever you believe, that's fine. But Candace Owens has been saying maybe this had something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. That's now the most popular conspiracy theory out there, is that Charlie wouldn't play ball with Israel, so you got to go. Then you read those text messages between the shooter and their trans partner or whatever. Those don't... maybe people talk that way. I don't know. It's weird that everything he had in those text messages went beat for beat. It knocked out everything the investigators said they thought about the shooting. So that's a little odd to me. But anyway, Megyn Kelly decided to get Candace Owens back yesterday on her show. And I think that takes a lot of balls, because what Candace Owens has been doing lately has kind of divided the right on this whole Charlie Kirk thing.
Okay, and that leads me to, I'm going to lay out what happens, what's going on here with Candace, Bibi Netanyahu, and Bill Ackman.
Now, remember, Charlie Kirk was on Megyn Kelly's show, and he was pissed, and so was Megyn. They're like, we've been pro-Israel our entire careers, and now we start questioning them. Now we start questioning Bibi Netanyahu. Now we start questioning what they're doing in Gaza, and now all of a sudden people want to call us anti-Semites. It really did hurt Charlie Kirk's feelings. Now, I don't give a shit, because I've never really been that pro-Israel of a guy, but to Charlie Kirk, it hurt his feelings because, as Tucker Carlson said, Charlie Kirk privately does really love Israel for whatever reason, and defends them a lot. So him being called an anti-Semite by all these people really hurt his feelings.
Because it kind of leads up to something that happened between Charlie and me on this show about a month ago, August 6th. Okay, and the audience experienced this with me, so I'm just going to set up what's happening so everybody understands. Bibi Netanyahu went on Fox News on September 11th, the day after Charlie was shot, and commented on the loss of the man he said was his friend. And here's that in SOT 1 in part.
Right, I just want to get to her defending Candace. I don't give a shit about all this.
And I was actually very moved by the video montage she showed of pictures of her and Charlie together and singing together and dancing, having a great time. You know, they were young in this business and figuring things out. So I believe Candace is sincere in her upset around Charlie's everything. I mean, obviously.
She'd better be genuine in her feelings, because she's putting herself in danger, and I give her credit for that. But like, people are like, I believe she's sincere. Well, yeah. I mean, you don't get sued by the fucking French government, by the president of fucking France, because I was just fucking around when I called his wife tranny. Nope. She's dedicated on that position.
Around Charlie's death, but around people trying to talk for him and say, sort of summarize his position on something as controversial as Israel. So here is what she said. Again, in part, you should go watch her show to hear the full measure. But here is what she said in response to Netanyahu on her show just the other day, SOT 2.
No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences.
Oh.
Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents, that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened.
So the allegation there, we can cut this clip. It's pretty dry and we're not making any money today. So I want to keep things moving a little bit at least. At least if we're not going to hit the goal today, I at least want to give you guys kind of a fast-paced show. So basically she's saying Charlie Kirk wrote a letter to Benjamin Netanyahu and the letter was critical. It was like one of those, I love you, but here's a list of things you're doing wrong. And Benjamin Netanyahu, that fucking scum-sucking worm, showed the letter and just showed the part where Charlie Kirk went, I love you guys and I think Israel's great. And then went, see, Charlie was sending us love letters just days before his death. Isn't this great? Everything Bibi Netanyahu has done in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death has been self-serving to him and his regime. He's an asshole. And I would be very interested to see the rest of that letter. I'm going to bet dollars to donuts we don't ever get to see that letter. Because I have a feeling that the rest of that letter is, but you're acting like a dick. Thank you very much to Joey Caravello with $5. Says, look at this gay F word. Ugh, I'll look at anything if there's money attached to it today. You kidding me? 190 away from today's goal. Yeah, I think I'm just going to, hey, look, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, that's great. I'm not going to beg on this one. We're way too far behind. And it's going to be really indignified if I beg on this one. I think, look, every once in a while, you got to have a nightmare day where you don't really get very close to the goal. And you just got to be very thankful and happy and lucky that you can eat one like this every once in a while. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I would really love for you guys to. I would love to be wrong. I love Perfect Weeks. They're my favorite, but we're not going to do the Erica music or anything, not for 190, because I think the people who hate Steel Toe, they're going to go, oh, fucking failed to you, failed so hard. Let's just leave it at that rather than watch me be pathetic and then also go, I've always said this, I'll be pathetic for the last $100, $75, $100, 1,000%, because I think it's reachable. But 190, yeah, I think at 190, you just got to let people refuel their tanks, honestly, because it's fucking over for today. I mean, prove me wrong, but I just don't think, this ain't in striking distance at 9:34. We got less than an hour left. You ain't getting 190. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you. If you can, great, awesome, love you. If not, oof, this looks like our worst loss ever. Okay, let's go to this thing that Joey Caravello sent me. Why? Because money ain't coming in today, so anyone that gives us money, they are going to get serviced, and he wanted me to check this out. What the fuck is this?
Hi, and welcome back. Just 1,221 days left to go in our countdown to liberty.
Wait. What's the countdown to liberty? What happens in 1,221 days? Why is that clock ticking? What's the liberty? 365, 730, 300. So it's that must be the end of the Trump administration is the countdown to, that's when Trump leaves.
The fetid cesspool of the Donald Trump administration fled the confines of the United States today, seeking solace in merry old England. But before...
That's true. He did go to a state dinner in the UK.
Before he went, Donald Trump made sure that he sued the New York Times for $1 gazillion for libel. He also threatened an Australian reporter, and he has decided that no one can say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. No criticism.
I mean, stop this. Tell this guy when he's telling lies, right? What did he say there that isn't true? He did sue the New York Times. He did threaten an Australian reporter. And the FCC, I fucking, look at that. I got him. He landed on my keyboard. I clapped above the keyboard. He flew into it. Into the garbage you go. Nailed him. That was the last one. I mean, this guy might be he might have a little Trump derangement syndrome, but a broken clock twice a day and all that.
Sends them there, while his midnight demons like Pam Bondi and Stephen Miller and Kash Patel threaten the countryside with hate, death, and destruction should they decide to criticize Trump or Charlie Kirk.
I think Pam Bondi is one of the greatest threats to freedom of speech in this country right now. I do not say that with any hyperbole. She is the attorney general. She's in charge. She's the top law enforcement agent in the country. And she's been saying things like hate speech isn't free speech and a store should have to print flyers for anyone no matter what or we'll investigate you. Pam Bondi is the single most powerful threat to free speech in America right now.
Donald Trump also went after an ABC reporter who asked him pointedly about hate speech. After all, the Supreme Court has ruled that you may say that you hate me, but you can't do anything about it. And Donald Trump doesn't want to hear that. So he threatened the ABC reporter and said, hey, you're full of hate. Maybe I'll investigate you. And by extension, the rest of the free press. And to that, Donald Trump, I say, bring it on, fat boy.
Oh, shit, he just bring it on, fat boy! You can't say bring it on, fat. Oh, shit, he brought the thunder. Why'd he fight? Yo, he'd bring it on, fat boy. Look, this guy may be a super liberal, progressive guy, but I ain't disagreeing with him.
See you when you get home from England.
Whoa, that sounds like a threat. Countdown to Liberty with Brian Karem. So he's counting down until Liberty's back. I don't know. I've always found that when we have those countdown to liberties, we end up just getting another guy who's going to take away your freedoms in a totally different way. Oh, someone in the chat is saying that is body shaming. That's a good point. That is body shaming. That is a body shame. We're against that here. Redbird with $1 says, every time you think the goal is guaranteed, you do dumb shit. This is for your own good. You should be familiar with tough love as a parent. I have given you nothing but a good show today. I don't think I've done anything dumb on today's show. I just think that, look, you can't win them all. And we got about 50 minutes left. My only thing is, the more contributions that come in through the chat and Venmo, PayPal, StreamYard, I know you guys really value your contributions to the show. I just, I got to inspire, donations. That is the way we keep this thing alive. And one of the ways we inspire donations on this show is the more you guys give, the more attention the chat gets. And that's really any show. Rabbi Smoothie says, sit on it, Redbird. Yeah, it's been a fine show today. There's been nothing wrong with this program. The numbers have been very average. 600's at the peak, averaging 600 for most of the show. It's fine. It's just, we didn't encourage the giving today is all. 190 away from today's goal. The only part that sucks about it is that we're 61 away from 500, and that's a number I'm really I really want to hit. That 500. That's a big one for me. Crowder Wears Panties says, Gavin has completely ruined California, and you want the whole country to look like that? You're fucked in the head. No, I don't. I don't want that to be no, of course not. Wildcard gifting a membership over on YouTube. The YouTubers are coming in. Thank you very much. 185 away from today. I appreciate that. We'll come and spend a little more time with you guys in a little bit. Hopefully that inspires a rally. All right, this is fun. You guys want a cat fight? Because I got a cat fight. I got Nancy Mace telling Ilhan Omar that she should go back to Somalia. Oh, a fight. Somalia and a white. Let's pull hair. Let's do the whole thing. Nancy Mace, I saw her on Piers Morgan yesterday. She's kind of a little firecracker. She's a badass. I like her. I like Nancy Mace because she's ghetto as fuck. Nancy Mace is like, I don't know. How do I put it? Nancy Mace is not a white trash chick, but she's like a suburban girl where if you get a few margaritas in her, she'll pull some hair, you know? This is what Ilhan Omar said. Let's play this for context. Ilhan Omar gave an interview with Mehdi Hassan, and Mehdi Hassan is a dirty left-wing piece of shit too. Like he's one of these guys who portrays himself as a journalist, but he says really nasty, evil shit that, you know, I find it really interesting when these people tell us to take down the temperature, and it's always someone else's side, you know? The other side always has to take down the temperature. Mehdi Hassan is one of those guys, and he said brutal shit in the past. Lucifer, thank you for the 10, buddy. Thank you, pal. He says, fuck anyone who tries to shame the right for using cancel culture when the left has been doing it for years, not protecting free speech for a group of people who want to get rid of free speech. I understand, and I've been in the minority on this today, and that's fine. I've stuck to my principles, and I've lost losing battles before, and I'm going to lose this one. I understand. But I'm going to go down like the 300. I'm going to take the arrows. I don't believe we should be doing shit that the lefties have done, especially when we've decried it as wrong for so long. Some people have accused me. They've said, Aaron, you have a suicide pact with the First Amendment. Probably. But when we've agreed that the shit the left has done is wrong, and now we go, well, if you can't beat them, join them, I feel like that's kind of a form of surrender. So, Lucifer, I will tell you this. Thank you for the $10, and you're in the majority. Most people agree with you, and you can rest easy on that one. I can't go there, buddy. I'm not saying you're wrong or bad for having that opinion. I'm just saying I can't go there, and I thought we were the captains going down with the free speech ship.
It was really mortifying to hear the news, to see the video. You know, all I could think about was his wife, his children.
That's very nice.
That image is going to live forever.
That's great. There we go. Okay, so that's wonderful. Perfect. Ilhan Omar nailed it. So here's her second comment on the Charlie Kirk deal. Oh, sorry. It's a fucking Mediaite clip, so of course it's going to take fucking 8 hours to get to it. I apologize. Here we go.
You know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, you know, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to...
Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Guns don't save lives. People save lives. And they can use guns to save. People don't kill people. Or I'm sorry, guns don't kill people. People kill people. But people can kill people with guns. And guns don't save lives. People save lives. But people can save lives with guns. That I wish we could all agree on that.
Debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right.
He was. But we had the freedom to call him that. This is what's bothering me about the Charlie Kirk stuff. George Floyd died under really fucked up circumstances. And like you know my opinion on the bullshit that was the way they prosecuted that. So my credentials on that are strong. I'm not going to defend him. But we all got to say pretty fucked up shit about George Floyd these last few years. And maybe you would make the argument, yeah, but Aaron, for the first couple of months, you really couldn't say anything. It was only after a certain amount of time had passed. And that's fair. That's fair. Maybe in time, people will be able to criticize the things Charlie Kirk has said about certain issues. Okay, fine. But we did get to say fucked up shit about George Floyd. And I think people should be allowed to say fucked up shit about Charlie Kirk. I believe people, you know what? Not even about George Floyd, not even about Charlie Kirk. Let's just set a clear rule now. People are allowed to say fucked up shit. Now, I think where our argument is where are the lines of decency on trying to get them in trouble for saying fucked up shit? That's where the argument is. I think we can all agree everyone should be allowed to say fucked up shit. We'll argue the other points later.
No regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist.
I mean, it never did. We made it up, but okay.
And I think, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up.
Are you guys really like coping and giggling and calling and saying that they're full of shit on Charlie Kirk? And by the way, this was the week he died. This was last week she did this. So she said all this stuff. They're giggling, they're chortling, they're talking about how Charlie wasn't the guy they're saying he was, just like right after his death. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $2 says, when they go low, we go high. Aaron Imholt, black fists in the air. Well, I'll tell you what that position doesn't do, numero uno Josh Denny fan. And this is for all you guys who say that you only care about the goal. My position on this today has definitely cost me money. Because we're having a perfect week. The morning show audience has been awesome. They do not want to contribute money to my takes on the Charlie Kirk stuff. 180 away from today. Thank you, Lucy Fur. Thank you, numero uno Josh Denny fan. I appreciate that contribution as well. Like I said, 180 away from today. If you'd like to contribute, please do. I appreciate it. So that's what Ilhan Omar had to say about Charlie Kirk. So Nancy Mace yesterday had some thoughts on it. Ilhan Omar tweeted, does the First Amendment protect your freedom of speech? Yes. Does it protect you from being shamed or shunned by others? No. This was from 2022. Bottom line, your opinions have consequences like everything else in life. Okay, fair enough. But now they ain't playing by those rules. Nancy Mace says Ilhan Omar said it herself. Actions have consequences. Time to live by it. And then tagged her at Ilhan MN. We filed a resolution to censure her and strip her committee assignments. If you celebrate murder, maybe Somalia can take you back. Wow. Holy shit.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the army.
Wow. Nancy Mace coming in off the top rope, basically telling a black Somali woman, go back to Somalia. You know what? I'm interested for this fight. I'm ready to put it on Netflix. I'm ready to watch it. Omar versus Mace. So then she responds to Nancy Mace with, I know you aren't well or smart. Well, that's a nice thing to say. I love that we're all just becoming catty white girls in a garage conversation. This is really, this is really befitting of people in high office. I know you aren't well or smart, but I hope someone can explain to you that there isn't a correlation between my committee assignments and deportation. Regardless of what you do with those committees, my office will continue to be next to you, and I will continue to be in Congress. You want to grab a coffee? That's just, Nancy Mace and Ilhan Omar going at it, and the fight starting with, why don't you go back to Somalia? I'm here for that fight. Let's continue to watch it. Like I said, civility is dead. Freedom of speech is dead. All of this shit is dead. It does create a very interesting dynamic for arguments because you never know where they're going to turn now. Nancy Mace then wrote, we would love to see you deported back to Somalia next. Oh, shit. She's doubling down on why don't you go back to where you came from. I am not trying to entice Ilhan Omar to go back to Somalia. God forbid I have an opinion on this cat fight, but I will tell Ilhan this. They might let you marry your brother there. Nancy Mace then tweeted, one-way ticket to Somalia with your name on it, Ilhan Omar. She should have bought one and then put the screenshot up there. That would have been great. Ilhan then wrote, I'm going soon, so please drop off the tickets on your way to your office. I am next door. Thanks in advance. That wasn't a good comeback. She could have done better than that. That was kind of an I know you are, but what am I? That was, then why don't you marry it? Yeah, there's a Pee Wee Herman comeback. I apologize to Pee Wee. I just also want to point out these are two women who are in Congress. These are two women who get one of a few hundred votes on how our country is run. Just wanted to reiterate. Then Ilhan Omar said to Nancy Mace, is your ridiculous censure about me being born in Somalia? Because that's just as crazy as you are. You would love to see you get the help you need next. You belong in rehab. not Congress. Is she trying to say that Nancy Mace is maybe Nancy Meth? Are we seeing allegations here? Is Ilhan Omar trying to say that Nancy Mace is Got ourselves a little cat fight here, boys and girls. What are these ladies up to? And where's it going to go next? I hope they woke up this morning and chose violence. I hope they decide to get right back on Twitter and let each other know what a vile piece of shit they are. Because I'm interested to see where it goes. That's all. All right, we got to open up our next slate of stories. 180 away from today's goal. Contribute if you can. We got about a half hour left in today's show. It's going to be a big L. I've braced myself for a big L today. I'm not going to beg you guys for money or anything like that. I'll let you know where the goal's at, how you can contribute. But this is outside of begging distance. We're going to stay dignified and we're going to take our L like a man today. If something changes, it can change. But I can kind of see where you guys are at today. I think some of my opinions probably turned you off, or just, hey, today's not the day where anyone feels like throwing in. But 180 is the number. We'll take our L like a man. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I'll come back to you guys in a little bit. Maybe we'll be somewhere and we can do a little sharing, if you will. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's with, bike night tonight. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack and all that. Bring your bike, bring your motorcycle helmet and your freeze-dried fruit. Grab one of their Ultimate Bloody Marys, and of course that Ultimate Bloody Mary is going to be great for Sunday football. The Vikings have their first noon game of the year. Thank God, I'm tired of these night games. Go to Stoney's and enjoy yourself. They got specials for game day. Have a pizza, have a beer, have some fun, make some friends. Find your third wife. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's right there on Broadway. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, with Midland, Derek and Tracy have all the answers to all of your questions. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley. I'm heading over there today. I forgot about that. I'm going to do it here in a minute. MidlandArmory.com. Check out their selection. Ask Derek and Tracy. Whatever info you need, they're going to point you in the right direction. They can take care of the suppressor thing from start to finish. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, of course, All Care is the best. When it comes to getting you out of the ditch, you go in and you get in an accident, you get a flat tire, whatever it is, nobody better than All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. 180. Wow. Dick Von Du says, unknown Henson, I thought I was alone. Oh, fuck no, dude. I am a huge unknown Henson guy. You know what's great about being fucking dead in the water on your goal and your perfect week being completely shot in the fucking ass? I can do whatever I want because me trying to do the best show I can, dead in the water, failure, fucked it up. So if we're going to go out, we're going to go out doing things the way I want to do them. Let's go ahead and do a little unknown Henson here. I can't believe you didn't, that we got unknown Henson fans. This is a song called Venus Bound. I got, can I not find Venus Bound on the fucking... This is the guy, by the way, unknown Henson, who he was in Billy Bob Thornton's band. I can't remember what his real name is. He said some shit about Dolly Parton during like a lot of the Black Lives Matter shit. And he said a lot of like borderline racist shit about Dolly Parton. Like, I don't want to say he called her an N-lover when he didn't. Unknown Henson fired or quits or whatever. Squidbillies actor Stuart Baker. He was on the Squidbillies. He got fired from that. He's not touring as Unknown Henson anymore, I don't believe. And he's out of the Billy Bob Thornton band, the Boxmasters. Stuart Baker has been fired from the Adult Swim animated series Squidbillies. This was back in 2020. After posting comments about Dolly Parton and the Black Lives Matter movement. Baker, who performs under the name Unknown Henson, posted on his Facebook profile last week about Dolly Parton voicing her support for the Black Lives Matter movement. In doing so, he referred to Parton as a, quote, freak-titted old Southern bimbo, a slut, and wrote, have fun forsaking your own race, culture, and heritage. Damn. And you see, we didn't like that he got fired from Squidbillies. This was a different time. You guys might not recognize it. This is back when we still believed in people's freedom to say fucked up shit. We didn't try to get them fired from stuff. It was a better time. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, if you cover this and why it should be brown people, the audience will step up. All right, let's see. Let's see if the audience will really step up for this. I'll give you a shot. Go ahead. I don't think so. I think I definitely failed today. I didn't put on the show that the audience wanted me to put on, and because we've never even had a rally today. Like, it hasn't been close. We're 110 into the goal, and it's all been spread out over 4. Like, we got 30 minutes left. It ain't happening, Jack. But I appreciate you, Professor Tie-Dye, for throwing this in here. Here we go. Human body versus nuclear explosion. Why would the audience step up for this? This seems boring, but I'll give it a shot. Pray by 12 with $4.99 says, did you see the speaker had a meeting of the minds Wednesday night? DM'd you. We'll check that out, but thank you for the $4.99. We're 175 away from today's goal. I mean, we are going to take a huge L today, but maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys get it to a point where it's a manageable fucking disaster. Who knows? All right, let's get to Professor Tie-Dye's thing. Of course, when the chat lights up with money, I got to go back to the chat. That's the whole deal. All right, here we go. I don't have to worry about boring people. Good thing I'm not worried about boring people. Biggest concern is proximity. Okay. Zone 1, light blast damage. 1 PSI over pressure, shockwave hit in 6 seconds. I really wish there was someone narrating this, because now I'm going to have to either mute it or pause a bunch to read this. This is not good. This is not going to do it. You thought that playing this was going to cause people to donate to the show? That's insanity. Permanent blindness, burned retinas, thermal radiation, pulse, second-degree burns, temporary and some permanent hearing loss. This is about nuclear explosions. All right, here's stage 2. What happens to the human body in a nuclear explosion? If this makes us money, I don't fucking know my audience, and I don't know how to do this, because this is shit. All right, there's a melting face. Zone 1, light blast damage, not considering long-term effects. Shockwave hit in 6 seconds. Permanent blindness, burned retinas, second degree. That's fine. Just go too fast for us to be able to read it. Who cares? Today's show. I liked it, but it was a bust. Zone 2, moderate blast damage. This is 600 meters away. 5 PSI over pressure. Shockwave hit in 2.5 seconds. 262 kilometers per hour. Thermal radiation pulse, third-degree burns, eardrum rupture, concussion. I'm tapping out. I don't understand what this was supposed to be. Thank God we didn't make any money for this. Nader P with $1 says, for the nuclear rally. Well, we got $1 for it. There you go. We got $1. No, thank you, but I appreciate that, Professor Tie-Dye, but I think I'm going to go ahead and die with the material I prepared for today. I'll just, we all have a bad day on stage. I'm just going to take the stories that I've got in this next half hour and lose with a little dignity. I'll just read, I'll rip and read this one. Rampaging Florida boys. Could this be the Island Boys? Rampaging Florida boys caused $50,000 in damages to school and library and are turned in by their own mom. Thank God. Finally. I mean, there are so many parents nowadays who just go, oh, my baby would never do that sort of thing. Oh, no, you must be mistaken. Like the school's always wrong. The school always did something to the kid. There's nothing wrong with my kid. Somebody did this to me. Thank God there's still parents out there that turn their kid in. They're like, no, it was my friend. He did it. No. Were you with him? If he told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it? We're going in. I like this. And mom turned him in. The alleged bad seeds were identified as 12-year-old Felix Cohen Romero and 13-year-old Bentley Ryan Worley. God, Bentley. I forgot that's where we were now. Who confessed to the outrageous vandalism of the Friendship Elementary Library in Deltona, according to a Facebook post from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. A glass door was shattered. The media center was vandalized. Furniture was broken and books were tossed every which way while graffiti was scrawled on the doors. The video showed. God damn, these are 12-year-olds? Fuck, they're getting heinous these days. Man, when we were 12, if we wanted to vandalize the library, it was such light vandalism. It was like you'd take a marker and you'd write some shit, or you'd trash one of the books. I mean, these kids are ready to put paint all over everything. Each boy is charged with 2 counts of burglary, 2 counts of trespassing on school grounds, criminal mischief, and theft, the sheriff's office said. Usually I don't like when kids get in trouble at school and they try to involve the police. I think that's kind of bullshit. But if you're causing $50,000 in damage, you almost owe it to these boys to charge them with something before they fuck their entire lives up, because this is not a path that needs to be condoned or encouraged in any way, shape, or form. And then let's not forget the grounding that'll take place as well before their electrocution. No. So we got this kid and this kid. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this kid here is going to get the lighter punishment. Also, how pissed off are you if you're the parents and you're here illegally in this kid's case? And then this kid catches cases for $50,000 in vandalism. Let's say it fucks you up and you all have to go back. Oh, you'd be mad. Oh, you'd be mad at that boy. That's for sure. You'd be mad at that boy. All right, back to the chat. Nothing doing. We'll move on to the next thing. 175 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Looks like we're headed for a record L today. Thank you guys for being here, though. Obviously, we're thin. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. If you can't throw in any money, we appreciate that. Hey, power of positivity. Once in a while, we take some L's. Maybe we have a big bounce back tonight. Maybe we have a big Rumble Friday. Maybe the evening show steps up. I don't know. But I will say this. Thank you very much for your support of Steel Toe. And hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. $20 from Professor O.C. Dust Bunny. I love seeing new names in the chat contributing to the program. Says, stepping up from Indiana. Hey, man, your $20 stands out on a day like today. Thank you for stepping up. That's awesome.
On the altar of God. Total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
There you go. Thank you, pal. I like that, Professor O.C. Dust Bunny. 160 away from today. So that's going to make the L hit a little bit lighter. I appreciate it. Reformed Rapscallion says, try that power of positivity on your next weigh-in. #Porker. You know what, Reformed Rapscallion? I would have tolerated Porker, and I would have taken that in stride, and it wouldn't have hurt at all. And I let you guys know when you wound me. But it's the fact that you hashtagged it. I can be honest about that. It's the hashtag that got me. #Porker. You could have just called me Porker, fatty, big tits, whatever. But you hashtagged it. You really wanted to dig that shot in, you son of a bitch. 09 Canyon says, dumbass kids have no fear because weak-ass parents are too lazy to teach them right and keep them in line. I don't even know if it's that. I think that these parents, use their kids as an extension of themselves. So then if the parents admit that the kid did wrong, they're so egotistical, they think it means they did wrong. So they just want to defend their kid that way. Approachable says the ignoring the chat when donos are low is a catch-22. One of the things that makes this show great is audience interaction. I agree. Hey, man, I agree with you. I think audience interaction on this show is awesome. But we also if we're not hitting the goal, like what difference does it? There's no show to do if goals don't get hit. So I think it's, I don't think it is a catch-22 because as they're coming in, we're there, man. We're hanging out. We're having a great time. If they're not there, what are you supposed to do? So I disagree with you. I don't think it's a catch-22 at all. There's a very easy way to get my attention. As you saw, we just came and hung out with you guys for a while. And that can happen on a consistent basis. So yes, I do disagree with you on that one. But 160 away from today's goal. Keep it going. All right. New video shows moments older woman. Oh, yeah. This is the lady in Boston who got thrown off a bus. Like, this is where Batman comes in. This is where, like, Charles Bronson in Death Wish. This is, what's the guy who shot people in New York on the subway? Bernard Getz. This is where guys like this are kind of necessary, and you got to let them walk every once in a while. If some dickhead pushes an old lady off the bus and people just kick the living shit out of them, that's a situation where I'm okay with no snitching because the right guy got his fucking head cracked in for throwing an old lady off a bus. Let's go ahead and get to this one. If you haven't seen this out of Boston, this one's been making the rounds.
Witnesses, bystanders tried to help the woman when she fell out of the bus, and many in this community are hoping that passenger can be identified, bringing some justice for the victim.
I was shocked. I didn't
Look at
know
that.
what was transpiring.
If you just missed it, it happens right away on the left side of your screen. So look right. God, it happens so quick. Why don't we back up the video? Right here. Look at the door. There's the bus.
I was
Look
shocked.
at that.
I didn't know.
Now you could say, oh, maybe a woman fell out of the bus. She might have fell. Watch the two hands that you see come out after this woman as she's pushed out.
I was shocked. I didn't know what was transpiring.
That's a cartoon. You only see that kind of violence in a Looney Tunes episode. And there's a big cloud of dust that comes up when her face hits the pavement.
I just seen someone fall.
Mark Reeves says he was one of many who tried to help an elderly woman who fell out of an MBTA bus last week.
With the fell. No fell. By the way, where's black violence when you need it? You know what I mean? Like, where's the mean, the jump to violence? Why is it if you scuff a pair of sneakers, 3 guys are stomping on your head in the middle of the inner city, but when an old lady gets thrown off a bus, it's like, oh man, that's too bad. I better not get involved. That might look irrational.
On Warren Street. Only later he learned she was pushed.
No, it's not okay. And I don't condone it. Roxbury, we love everybody.
Video circulating on social media shows a passenger demanding a woman get off the 28 bus, pushing her repeatedly. Eventually,
beat her, hit her with something. I know she's a big bison. I know she's a big old buffalo, but you can take those down.
The passenger violently shoves the elderly victim out the
You got a punt gun handy? Fire it from a rowboat?
Door. Surveillance video shows her hit the sidewalk on Warren Street face first.
You can't push old people. They don't have defense skills anymore. They don't get their hands out to protect themselves. They're fucked, dude.
The passenger then throws the victim's shopping cart out as well.
Well, that was not. Well, you know what? Guys, before we jump to conclusions here, that was nice of her to make sure she got her shopping cart. I mean, all demons have, a chance at redemption. No further exemption. No let's talk it over number I can call. Goodbye says it all. No long explanation. No reconciliation. Just a big red goodbye with lipstick on the wall. Goodbye says it all.
She didn't deserve it, and that wasn't right at all.
It sounds like that sounded like somebody made her say that.
Bystanders surround the victim. The passenger is seen getting off the bus with a baby stroller.
Oh, you piece. It was Haley. Oh, no. Oh, no, just half of her that kid is black. No, don't do that. She's mourning. She had to take a serious L yesterday. I think we should be nice to her. We should be kind.
The MBTA releasing these images of the suspect, hoping the public can identify her. The incident happening on September 8th around 1 p.m.
The lady was close to my age. I'm a grandmother, and the disrespect to these elderly is horrific, and they really need to do something about this, especially on the MBTA.
I just find it weird that if, the shit out of you, but you shove an old lady off a bus and you get away with it. It's evil.
A witness shared this view of the aftermath. The victim laying on the ground, waiting several minutes for first responders to arrive. She was taken to the hospital. It's unclear how badly she was.
Look at that. Everybody's just walking past her. They're filming her. They're walking away. This is fucked up, dude. This is maybe why it's not worth saving. You know what? Maybe you guys are right on Jimmy Kimmel. Fuck it. Let's all fight dirty. Let's all abandon our principles because Jesus is coming back soon anyway. This poor woman was launched out of a bus, went face first onto the pavement, and everyone is just walking by staring at her. Look at this.
She was taken to the hospital. It's unclear how badly she was injured.
Everyone should feel safe, especially our elderly people.
Maybe if they would have called you out your name, maybe somebody would have stopped and done something. Jesus Christ. That is devoid of all humanity. Oh, there's a YMCA over there. That's everyone was at the fights.
Now, at this point, the MBTA has not announced any arrests in this case. Transit police are urging anyone who might have information about that passenger to reach out.
So nobody stopped to help this poor lady. Nobody beat the shit out of the monster that did this. And now nobody is helping the authorities figure out how we can find this person. Oh my God, I think we are completely fucked. Zen Man with $2 says, God damn, a punt gun reference. Shut up and take my money. Yes! Yes, I got a little money for a punt gun reference. Veldrain with $1 says, here's $1. Play it. It's funny. I don't know, man. It's not going well. It hasn't gone well so far. Zen Man with $5 says, less shoving people off the bus and more of this. All right, I guess that what, are we getting Rumble Friday started early? I suppose. We also have $20 coming in via PayPal. Thank you very much. Fire it up.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
It was Jeff with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. 135 away from today's goal. Well, hey, we're 135 away. It looks like our loss might be a little less. Dude, if we're outside of $100, there's no begging. There's no Erica in the last 5 minutes. We got 15 minutes left. We're 135 away. I appreciate your guys' attempts at a rally. I think we're gonna take the old L today, but you guys like to fuck with me, so who knows what happens. Carlos Cameo says, we're clearing this goal today. You know, I find it odd when people post in the chat, we're clearing this goal today, but then don't put anything in there to clear the goal. It's kind of a weird prediction to make, you know? Chad Buzmak says, got here late, start over. Oh, you're just in time, Buzmak. We're 15 minutes away. I know you're not steel toe hate or steel toe love. You're just an observer. So you wouldn't mind watching a big L, right? That's entertaining. 135 away. It's going to be a big L today. They're telling me no, but there's only 15 minutes left. We're running out of time. In 10 minutes, I'll fire up the light and do Erica if we get close enough. But right now, I still say it's an L. They're putting the green sirens in the chat. They're saying God wills it. I disagree. Homeless Pool with $19.99 says Tubby. You know what? I appreciate that you didn't put a hashtag behind that, Tubby. I feel better. Thank you.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
Well, that puts us 120 away from today. It's still not enough to convince me we're not taking an L today. 61 memberships away from 500. We're now 60 memberships away from 500. As Fauci's Pangolin gifts a membership, that puts us 115 away from today. MSO says, you got this. You see, that's how I know it's going to be an L today, because MSO is telling me we got this. See how much more fun it is when we're all hanging out in the chat? Satan's Mechanic says, reverse psychology, Aaron. Pay attention. I would do no such thing. I would do no such thing. Buddy East Coast with $5. Look at this guy coming through. 110 away from today's goal. Oh my goodness gracious, what the hell is going on? 09 Canyon says, fuck you. I thought you were cool, Boozmock. Why you want to torture all of us? Oh, for starting the show over? Wait a minute, but that would mean you don't think the show is very good. Hey, wait a minute. 1999 from Homeless Pool says, hashtag Tubby. Oh, see, now there he fixed it. What a nice guy.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
All right, we're an even hundo away from today. Thank you guys very much. So we will still get the L today, but I think that L is going to be a lot more manageable. Even hundo away from today. $2 from Carlos Cameo says, revised. We're clearing this goal. God wills it. Oh, there you go. Thank you, buddy. There you go. He heard me. All right, you're just under $100. Let's get to this stuff you guys sent in. I got a bunch of stories that we can get to. Zen Man with $5 says, we got this. Until Valhalla, my brothers. Mossad 44 Ron. Oh, Boozmock, you missed it. They today accused me of being a Mossad agent because of my take on Jimmy Kimmel, so I'm now Mossad Aaron. Coyote with 1999. Oh my God, Coyote.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Toad Climbs Mountains with $5 says, rally up, pores, hashtag dumpy. Oh, why dumpy? Dumpy makes me feel bad. $75 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. So now we're going to lose by double digits this morning. Oh my God. What a fucking weird rally this has been. Thank you. And 60 memberships away from 500. I do want to announce right now that if we get to 100 memberships on Rumble Friday tomorrow, I will do a marathon 6-hour till noon show because 500 would be a new record. Chad Boozmock says, do it for 4-4 Ron. Tot Pockets Imholt. My name isn't Tot Pockets Imholt. It's not my nickname. You keep, and I just wanted to tell you, that and because you keep saying it like on social media and stuff, and you don't listen. Like maybe you haven't heard me, but my name isn't Tot Pockets, and it's not spelled with 2 4s. Just because you keep saying it, so I assume you haven't. You don't know, because you would respect me and listen if I didn't. 09 Canyon says, chat is usually fun, and 4-4 Ron has his moments. I'm the most entertaining guy there is. Ask anybody who makes their money off of me. There's a reason that they can't stop. I'm the best in the business. Sam Show says, Aaron Tater Tits Imholt. See, like, just because you guys put it in quotes, like you guys have been putting hashtag dumpy and hashtag tubby in there, and hashtag, what was the other one that Hobo said, or Rapscallion, that hurt me so much? That was a thing. You guys can't just send in money, put a hashtag behind a nickname, and then just say, that's who I am. Because that's not accurate either. Zenman with $5 says, sorry, updating my hashtag, mashed potato Mossad 44 Ron until Valhalla brothers. See, that's not, but that's the problem. Like you guys keep doing that, and that's not my name either. Thank you. McLuck says, are you drinking 2% because you think you're fat? God, what is that from? Main Vein with $20 says, did I hear God wills it? God wills it. Oh, put him on the board.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Oh boy, now what? All of a sudden we're $60 away from today's goal. You fucking psychopaths. I bluffed you, didn't I? I told you we're not going to beg for it today. We're going to lose by a lot. And then you guys got it close so you could get me to beg so then I could lose. Homeless Pool with 1999 says hashtag cheese butt. See, like I have to read that because he gave me money, but I don't want you guys to call me cheese butt. I would rather you called me by my name, like Aaron, or I don't even mind Toe, really. April's ex-husband. SP's bitch, like all that's fine, but like hashtag cheese butt, that's not only mean, it's also juvenile. Thank you, Homeless Pool, for the 1999. Hold on a minute. We got to update here because now Main Vein is at 120. He's in second place. Main Vein is at $120. Gray Duckling is in third at 109 because he threw in a $5 today. And then in fourth place, Kevin Law at 75, Miss Tay at 75, and lurking in the background is Homeless Pool with his $60. So now where does that put? $45 away from today's goal. Oh my God. What the fuck happened? This person texting in, can we call you fag? See, I feel like I'm not getting my point across at all. I'm not getting, none of my point is getting across. That I don't want to be called these things. I'm starting to feel like you guys don't care. And in fact, I'm starting to feel like you give me these nicknames specifically because I don't want them. I just want to let you know that hurts my feelings. That'll get them to stop. All right, so here's an unruly teen on the bus. Somebody sent this one in. This is what should have happened to the woman who pushed the lady off the bus.
Oh, shit. Nigga, I dog that hoe too, nigga. Look like somebody that slice your face up. Oh, you about to your face up. Bitch, somebody. Oh! You going to jail now? Okay, what's up, nigga? Let's go, nigga.
Oh, my God. Dude, I will say this, though. Black people talk such great shit to each other. You look like somebody sliced your face up. You know, black women don't like when you laugh at them. So you look like somebody done sliced your face up. And then people laugh. So she's like, oh, shit, I got to hit this guy. And then the N-words start flying. And then she's got to hit him because she's got to defend her dignity now because that's what you do, apparently. And then all hell breaks loose.
Bitch, and I'll beat her ass too. Oh, shit. Nigga, I dog that hoe too, nigga. Look like somebody that slice your face up. Oh, you motherfucker.
See, she had to hit him because they're all laughing at his funny insult.
Bitch, somebody. You going to jail now? Okay, what's up, nigga?
You going to hell now? If you smack a man in the head like that and you don't immediately run away, that is such a lack of respect for that dude.
Go, nigga.
That is brutal. Why didn't we keep the camera rolling? I mean, I need to see the aftermath of that shot. Holy shit. Approachable with $1 says hashtag mashed tater tits. Again, that's just because you put a hashtag behind it. Doesn't make it accurate. $45 away from today's goal. Oh my goodness. We've got 6 minutes left. I feel like now I have to play Erica. All right, I want to get to this last clip that somebody sent in. Somebody did write something very funny in the chat, though. They wrote, somebody should have just rolled a grenade into that bus. All right, bet he'll think twice about stealing from me again. This is a Ring doorbell video.
You okay?
Oh my God! Did you put a bomb in there?
Maybe.
Did you put a bomb in there?
He blew his fucking hands to shit.
I had to do what I had to do. You keep stealing my packages.
You were gonna kill me over me stealing one of your packages.
This is fake. This is one that but this would never happen this way. If this was real, this guy would be hightailing it out of there. He'd be running like a bitch. I'm calling it fake right now.
I didn't anticipate you dying.
You're insane, dude. You're fucking insane.
I'm insane. Isn't it crazy that you roll up on random people's porches
bullshit.
and steal their
Yeah,
packages?
You had 2 mechanical pencils last time I stole from you, and you were gonna kill me over something as small as that?
Correction, good sir. I don't have my 2 mechanical pencils because you stole them, sir.
Yeah,
You're right.
You're fucking crazy, dude. You're fucking crazy. I'm calling the cops. You almost killed me, dude.
Call the cops.
Yeah, no.
I wish that wasn't so obviously fake. Like, you don't, like, if you're really stealing Amazon packages and and it explodes, you're fucking scurrying away. You're scared shitless. $5 from Give Me Tips says, here you go, smegma breath. See, I don't want to be, you guys keep donating money and I appreciate it, but you're calling me names I'd rather not be called. Give Me Tips with $5 says, here you go, smegma breath. Does that work for a nickname? No, see, it doesn't at all. $5 from numero uno Josh Denny fan. He says, working on a parody of the New Romantics, you get what you give. It's New Radicals. For you, that will really demonstrate your free speech warrior stance. You in? Sure. On a wall with $1 says potato imholte. That's with a hashtag. Homeless pool with $19.99 says trucker butt. See, I didn't want to be called trucker butt either. Thank you. Dick Von. Oh my God, Dick Von Du with $50 says hashtag fuck the goal.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God!
Why would you?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Well, boys and girls, you know what that means. Another win for the toe.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It also means that homeless pool is at $80. And now he's in 4th place. Look at that. Homeless pool, 80. Kevin Law is now in the cuck chair with 75. And Miss Tay is falling out of the cuck chair at 75. Wow. $5 from Zen Man says not fake. We'll play that one in a second. So we are now, hold on, that put us at 30. Now we're 10, 15. We're $20 ahead. I don't know what I do. We don't have any more morning shows this week. We'll give it to the evening show, and then whatever, we'll put a bunch of the Rumble Friday towards the morning on Monday. Thank you guys very much. Zen Man says not fake. I'm not leaving here until I play all these links that people sent me today. Fair is fair. Thank you, Dick Von Du, for the $50. Holy shit, buddy. Adam Simon with $6.50 says WPH. This one's for Aboliticious. All right, Aboliticious getting $6.50. So now I got to go Aboliticious, $141.50. There we go. Let me put Miss Tay's name in the sheets here. Miss Tay is now at 75 and out of said cuck chair. Holy shit, you guys, thank you. I mean, it was like, what, in less than a half hour, you rallied for $190? You're the best. God damn. Reformed Rapscallion says, well done on the victory. Oh, thank you. Reformed Rapscallion gave us a compliment. And you didn't leave for Daywave, you lying piece of shit. Or maybe that wasn't you. That was Dandruff Guy. I'm sorry. He says, well done on the victory. That's so nice. Oh, wait, he has one more thing. Hashtag jizz aficionado. See, I don't like being called that. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate your generosity. All right, this is Man Exacts Revenge on Package Thieves with Trap That Fires Shotgun Bombs. Or Shotgun Blanks. Shotgun Bombs. All right, here we go. It's a black guy, so it's probably real. Oh, fuck. See, that's how that would happen. You wouldn't stand there and talk to the Ring camera. You'd reach for the package, it would go bang, and you go, I'm getting the fuck out of here, because you're scared shitless. You know what you could do to stop people from stealing your packages? Because package thieves are cowards. Porch pirates are chicken shits. All you would have to do is simply put up one of those, like at Spirit Halloween, those big fucking scary faced clown things that pop up when you step on a carpet. Put one of those next to your porch. They'll run in fear. There's supposed to be a fence here. All right, here we go. Yep, she's like, nah, fuck that. Oh, no, now she's going back up to steal again. Oh, no, it's the replay. She didn't seem too scared. Is that a Dodge Neon, a Plymouth Neon? All right, now this girl's going to go steal. Lemmy, what are you doing? I like your curly hair. See, now that's real. You fall down, you go weak in the knees, you get scared shitless. There you go. Bye, sweetheart. God, girls are such fucking pickpocket shoplifting assholes. Oh, look at this big, tall drink of water. Holy fuck, that's a big dude. Are those stairs going to hold him? There he goes. You're going to steal that package, you big fat fuck. Oh, you're scared. He's just scared. That's all. It's fastest he's run in 17 years.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Thank you guys very much for your contributions today. Unbelievable rally. We didn't even have to do any of the music, anything like that. You guys are the absolute best. Big thank you to a couple of people here. Homeless Pool, fucking huge. Dick Von Du, Main Vein, just massive drop-ins at the end. We're going to have a great show tonight for you. It's going to be very exciting. You guys have earned this one. We're gonna play us out with this. Take it easy. I'll see you tonight, 6 o'clock for the evening show. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe on your way out. Thanks for giving us a perfect week of morning shows on the toe.